Chapter 1399. Genius 1 second remember love go away? Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment reverse flow protection seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The finger wind dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout, his whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. Wind Ghost Scythe Claw. He stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the finger wind dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the finger wind dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of wind. It was huge. Grabbing the finger wind dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon. The claws were long and extremely sharp. They were like 5 sides. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods and slaughtering immortals. The finger wind dragon howled in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. The finger wind dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's wind ghost scythe claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Jioge, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Fang Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Jioge would still be chased by the finger wind dragon and facing the attack of the wind ghost scythe claw. He would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His wind ghost scythe claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Jioge and defeat him. But after Fang Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the finger wind dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the wind ghost scythe claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called wind rope. It could capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jioge was on the middle continent's side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister wind ghost scythe claw just to capture Feng Jioge alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Jioge had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Jioge but captured him alive, so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love Gong Small Sate Neka. Finally, after capturing Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formation-setting immortal goo that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path. Even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But now, because of Fang Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys, if I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Jioge can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Jioge and suppress him, against Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Fang Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. Facing Feng Jioge alone, Wu Yong could also suppress him. But facing two people working together, Wu Yong felt that it was troublesome. There is not much hope of breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. After all, this is the first time I have seen this move. I am also not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Maybe Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have some experience. They might have researched reverse flow protection seal. Right now, the only way is to continuously bombard them until they're tired of dealing with them. Then they'll reveal an opening and kill them. If there were no fighter planes, he would create his own. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly vanished from Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge's vision. He vanished. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jioge. Wu Yong retreated to advance. Fang Yuan's investigative methods were not good. He could not detect Wu Yong's true body. Feng Jioge shook his head. He seems to be using this battlefield to conceal himself. He could only get a rough idea of the situation. As soon as Feng Jioge's voice fell, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strong gales appeared out of nowhere, howling incessantly. The entire battlefield was like a group of formless pythons, running and slithering. Next, wind blades formed. Wind blades with the sharpness of a rank 8 killer move danced in the air, flying towards Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge. Good timing. Fang Yuan was not shocked, he was overjoyed, his immortal robe fluttered as he charged forward. But the wind blades agilely moved around him, shooting towards Feng Jioge. Evidently Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Jioge first before dealing with Fang Yuan. This was a wise choice, because only Feng Jioge had the ability to retaliate. As long as he died or was captured, what could Fang Yuan do with reverse flow protection seal? Feng Jioge saw this and laughed heartily. Interesting, you think I am a pushover. His tone was not angry, instead he felt joy and curiosity. This was something he had never experienced before. Immediately Feng Jioge's fists and palms collided, shattering the wind blades. But after the wind blades were destroyed, they would turn into intense winds that howled for a while before condensing into a new wind blade. Not only were the wind blades endless, they were also increasing in number. Feng Jioge did not dare to let these wind blades touch him, he tried to destroy them in advance. But this way he would be in a passive situation. Fang Yuan went to reinforce him. This time Fang Yuan only moved around Feng Jioge. Many of the wind blades landed on Fang Yuan's body and were immediately reflected. But they did not return to Wu Yong, they directly landed on this battlefield. It turned out that even though Wu Yong was the one who activated it, he was controlling the immortal battlefield killer move to attack. There was a layer in between. Wu Yong became the mastermind. In contrast, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only return one layer, so the wind blades were only attacking this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was overjoyed, he activated the battlefield killer move even harder. Fang Yuan defended passively, but after a while his frown deepened. Feng Jioge had Fang Yuan's protection. His situation had turned for the better. He thought for a while before breaking the silence and transmitting to Fang Yuan, "Protect me, I will prepare a method to destroy this battlefield." Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before agreeing. Earlier he had already deduced that this battlefield killer move was hard to break. With Fang Yuan's strength and attainment, it was hard to see any effect. It would be better to wait for the wind lock to disappear and let Bai Ning Bing and the rest come out, then use omnidirectional travel to retreat from this battlefield. In that case he had to stall for time as much as possible. But if he allowed Feng Jioge to fight against Wu Yong would quickly gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Jioge, until he got rid of Feng Jioge, then he could deal with Fang Yuan. Even though Feng Jioge had rank 8 battle strength, he still had rank 7 cultivation level. Thus Fang Yuan came to help. Feng Jioge started to prepare a killer move, he did not resist, he left the defense to Fang Yuan. This trust made Fang Yuan feel a little apprehensive. Wu Yong saw this and activated the battlefield killer move even more quickly. The wind blades could not do anything to Fang and Feng, the entire battlefield started to change, thunder started to rumble. This thunder was very special. Ordinary thunder was either rumbling or exploding. But this thunder was clear and crisp, it was like using a gourd scoop to knock on a bamboo tube that was at least 100 years old. A few breaths of time later, lightning flickered as it slammed towards Fang and Feng. "Be careful, this is pure clear green lightning," Feng Jioge reminded. Pure clear green lightning was only the size of a fist, but it was extremely fast, it gave off a piercing green light. Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. He hurriedly used his transformation technique to transform his human eyes into dragon eyes, only then was he able to withstand the dazzling lightning. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now, he had already used up most of his concentration, he could not use ancient sword dragon transformation anymore. However, it was still possible to change one's eyes. As the pure clear green lightning slammed towards him, Fang Yuan directly blocked it. The blue lightning struck his body and bounced back, continuously destroying the battlefield. But some of the green lightning shot towards Feng Jioge. But when these pure clear green lightning got close to Feng Jioge, they suddenly disappeared. Feng Jioge was preparing a killer move, he naturally would not completely trust Fang Yuan, he had already prepared defensive methods. Fang Yuan saw this and felt relieved, he became more proactive in defending and attacked many times. Seeing that the lightning was not enough, Wu Yong changed the battlefield again. The lightning disappeared and the wind weakened. Water droplets, green and beautiful, floated in the air. They gathered into a fine rain and once again they attacked. "This is clear jade dripping wind, be even more careful," Feng Jioge reminded again. This water droplet-like wind landed on Fang Yuan's body, it was also reflected back. Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was as stable as a mountain. But Feng Jioge's side was in trouble. As the clear jade dripping wind approached him, it kept disappearing. But there were still many water droplets that landed on Feng Jioge's body. Feng Jioge also had defensive methods on his body. Each droplet gave off a clear sound. As the rain fell, Feng Jioge's body seemed to have turned into a human musical instrument. He played a beautiful melody. Wu Yong laughed loudly. He revealed himself. He already had a chance of victory. I have another move. It is called profound clear immortal music. Feng Jioge, you cultivate sound path. Why don't you come and evaluate it? As he said that, the entire battlefield resounded with the sound of wind. The sound of the wind was gentle and very clear. It resounded in Fang Yuan's heart. At once, Fang Yuan's immortal robe trembled. Ripples appeared. Not good. This profound clear immortal music is very powerful. It is the strongest attack among the 4 transformations. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, it can only protect me. How can it help Feng Jioge? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move was called 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind. It was created by a Wu clan rank 8 ancestor. It had been passed down well. This 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind had 4 transformations. They were Shaoqing Wind Blade, Pure Clear Blue Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, and Profound Clear Immortal Music. It was Wu clan's signature killer move. It was very famous and had helped Wu clan dominate southern border for countless years. To be continued. Chapter 1400. Be it Shaved Clear Wind Blade, Pure Clear Jade Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Profound Clear Immortal Music. These transformations were all wind path in nature. Evidently, Wu clan's ancestor, who created this immortal battlefield killer move, had already cultivated it to the level of comprehending other paths, extending from wind path to sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. Wu Yong used this move to great effect. Fang Yuan was helpless while Feng Jioge was in danger. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer, while Feng Jioge's music was suppressed to almost inaudible. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had many immortal Gu, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and many other immortal killer moves. But against the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, these things were lacking in quality. They could not be used. Only reverse flow protection seal could be considered as Fang Yuan's trump card. Unfortunately, this trump card could not resolve the current situation. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer. Fang Yuan's reverse flow immortal robe was shaking. Reverse flow river water was shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan was shocked. Fang Yuan was more worried about Feng Jioge. Blood flowed out of Feng Jioge's nose, mouth and eyes. His body was shaking more and more intensely. Oh no, if this continues, Feng Jioge's killer move will be interrupted. He will definitely suffer a backlash and get heavily injured. If Wu Yong's attacks are included, he might even die on the spot. Fang Yuan understood this point, but he could not do anything to help. He was not worried about Feng Jioge, but if Feng Jioge died, he would have to face Wu Yong. Even if the effect of wind lock disappeared in the future, Fang Yuan could use omnidirectional travel again, but against Wu Yong he would not have much of a chance. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in Wu Yong's favor, Feng Jioge suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire body relaxed. Then a unique aura quickly rose from his body. Feng Jioge opened his mouth slowly, and a faint singing voice came from his mouth. The tone of the voice wasn't high at all. It was soft and weak, but it clearly entered Fang Yuan and Wu Yong's ears. Then the song grew a little louder, like a low moan, but also like a faint murmur in a quiet night. A feeling arose spontaneously from Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression immediately changed. His body was covered in layers of celestial-level defense, but when he heard this song, these defenses were useless, allowing the song to evoke the emotions in his heart. Fang Yuan's expression also changed. Although he didn't feel any emotions, the surface of the reverse current immortal robe was rippling with even more complicated waves. This situation was even more severe than when he was attacked by profound clear immortal sound earlier. Incredible, this sound path killer move is extraordinary. It has the power to kill everything in one fell swoop. I'm also implicated. It is better to stay away from Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. This was not just for himself but also for Feng Jioge. Wu Yong also made the same choice. He retreated even more thoroughly, turning invisible again and vanishing. Being able to retreat and advance at the same time, this was the advantage of being in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the entire immortal battlefield's attacks became even more ferocious. Profound clear immortal sound, minor clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind, pure clear blue lightning, 4 types of transformations appeared at the same time, covering Feng Jioge in layers. Feng Jioge ignored them. He used his body to resist the attacks. He did not stop. The song continued. The song was just pure music, but it contained the endless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. Emotions continued to linger in Wu Yong's mind. He felt even more bewildered. What kind of sound path killer move is this? What kind of power does it have? The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted Wu Yong's mind. He had an urge to cry. Unconsciously, Wu Yong thought of a word: parting. The pain of parting, the sadness of parting, the reluctance of parting, the sadness of parting. Parting with his lover, never seeing his friends again, parting with his loved ones. Parting, the past remained the same. Parting, the old friend waved. Parting, the setting sun shined. Parting, the falling red was sad. The song was mournful at times, like it was complaining about the unfairness of fate, at times like it was questioning the cruelty of reality, at times like it was angry, like it was roaring in the heart, at times it was like it was crying in the heart. Jiuj. Wu Yong's body suddenly shook. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, because in his perception he was shocked to find that his immortal battlefield killer move for pure 4 transformations wind was breaking apart and separating. The goo worms that made up this immortal battlefield killer move were not destroyed by the song. Even the mortal goo were unharmed. Of course, when Fang Yuan used reverse flow immortal clothing to reflect the attack, the goo worms were naturally damaged, but Wu Yong was also repairing them. This was not a big deal. What shocked Wu Yong was that these goo worms that made up the immortal battlefield killer move were not damaged, but they were not under his control. They started to separate. They were not willing to cooperate with each other. How could this be? 1 or 2 goo worms could not cooperate well as long as they were not the core of the killer move. It was not a problem. Even if a portion of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the core, the situation could still be maintained. But now, all of the goo worms were separated, they were retreating. Wu Yong could not control them at all. The culprit of all this was this song. It was Feng Jioge. Soon, Fang Yuan noticed something. He found that the entire battlefield was separating and breaking apart. Fang Yuan was also very surprised. Wu Yong knew the situation was bad. He wanted to stop the battlefield killer move for pure 4 transformations wind, but it was too late. At the next moment, the entire battlefield collapsed. The 3 immortals saw the clear sky and white clouds again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale. He revealed himself and retreated, suffering heavy injuries. Immortal battlefield killer moves were different from goo formations. When a goo formation was destroyed, the backlash from the goo immortal was not severe. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was broken, the backlash would be very severe. The stronger the killer move's power, the greater the backlash. 4 pure 4 transformations wind. This was Wu Clan's famous southern border super killer move. It had unparalleled power. Now that it was broken, the backlash it brought to Wu Yong was extremely severe. Good killer move. What is the name of this move? Wu Yong stared fixedly at Feng Jioge as he asked. Feng Jioge did not answer him. He continued to sing. Wu Yong's expression changed again. At this moment he had no more reservations. He took out the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal goo house contained Wu Yong. It provided strong defense and allowed Wu Yong to heal his injuries inside. The issue of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main problem. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon the shocking reality happened again. The whole of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, under the effect of the song, started to move, showing signs of breaking apart. This was a grand rank 8 immortal goo house. It seemed that Feng Jioge's killer move was definitely at rank 8 level. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light. He could no longer heal his injuries. He directly activated the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. Immortal goo houses had no shortcomings. They were the crystallization of formation path at the peak. Immortal goo houses charged forward. They had always been invincible on the battlefield. This was not only a fact of human history, it was also a common sense that had been tested in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Of course, every immortal goo house had its own specialties. For example, He Tribe's dark prison could tame ancient desolate beasts. Another example was by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 Heavenly Palace. It was an immortal goo house. It had outstanding defense and was most proficient in storing immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 Heavenly Palace was only an incomplete immortal goo house. It had been heavily damaged and had lost the ability to move. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building naturally had killer moves, but Wu Yong charging at Feng Jioge was a wise move. After all, activating killer moves required time. On the other hand, charging straight ahead was the least time-consuming and the most direct method. Feng Jioge used an immortal killer move. Although the effect was extremely shocking, it seemed that he could not leave the spot and could only passively take a beating. This flaw was already seen by Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. Feng Jioge's defensive methods had already been weakened to rock bottom. If he was hit by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building now, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. In this crisis, Fang Yuan naturally could not ignore it. After Wu Yong dealt with Feng Jioge, he was next. Windlock killer move's time limit had not expired yet. Fang Yuan entered the battle once again, blocking clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's path. Fang Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was focused on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He could only transform his arms and hands into dragon claws, covering them with dragon scales and activating rank 7 dragon strength immortal goo. He had borrowed these immortal goo from Wu clan to deal with Wu Yong. Wu Yong's chest tightened as he saw this. His immortal essence fiercely poured into the immortal goo house. Bam! Both sides collided, and without any surprise, Fang Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was sent flying like a cannonball. But he did not have any injuries on him, because Reverse Flow Protection Seal was too outstanding. In contrast, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal goo after the collision. With this gap, Feng Jioge's singing became even more effective. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's killer move. Seeing that the immortal goo house was about to collide with Feng Jioge, Fang Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioge suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioge could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioge was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a 2-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the immortal goo house, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioge's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the immortal goo house. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Fang Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge deeply. He then mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and flew away. In a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the sky. Chapter 1401. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge happy. Instead, their hearts sank. If Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so. He very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 righteous path goo immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the goo immortals he faced were the famous Feng Jioge and Lu Guanyi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal battlefield killer move for clear 4 winds was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Jioge could move and was helpless against Fang Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge's weak spots. Firstly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building only broke down some corners. It was extremely fast. It was impossible for Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge to chase after Wu Yong. Especially Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light, they severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and even add some goo worms to this immortal goo house. The next time he faced Feng Jioge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Jioge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building that was specially modified for Feng Jioge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge were helpless. They were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fang Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal which he could use. And although Feng Jioge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Difference in strength. Even though Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. His overall strength had risen greatly. The two of them were helpless. Fang Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Jioge said to Fang Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Jioge looked at Fang Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black dot in the horizon. You saved my life in the past, I saved you today. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Jioge continued. Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. That's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. But Feng Jioge's tone was still plain. I said I don't owe you, that means I am at ease. I naturally don't owe you anything. You think this is yours, but remember, if I survive this time, I will definitely make you my target and pursue you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you off. You have to be careful. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh loudly. He completely understood Feng Jioge's intentions. Feng Jioge saved him to return the favor of saving his life. But this went against his righteous path identity. It would put his wife and daughter in an awkward situation. Thus, after Feng Jioge saved Fang Yuan once, he chased after Fang Yuan and killed Fang Yuan to prove himself, and also to consider for his wife and daughter. Alright, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan and the rest. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was activated. Feng Jioge did not reply. He did not even turn around to look at Fang Yuan. He flew towards Wu Yong directly. If Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to leave, Wu Yong might chase after him. To truly repay Fang Yuan's favor of saving his life, Feng Jioge risked his life. He went to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Finally, he looked deeply at Feng Jioge's back as the ancient battle formation activated, disappearing on the spot with Fang Yuan and the other three immortals. Wu Yong, who had been watching Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge, saw Fang Yuan leave. He could only smile bitterly. Now he was regretting his previous arrangements. If he was not alone, he naturally had the ability to detain both Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge. But for the sake of Wu clan's reputation, he made painstaking efforts and meticulous planning, separating the other southern border righteous path forces. Like casting a huge net, he chased Fang Yuan and the others towards his final line of defense. This place was not far from Western Desert. If Fang Yuan escaped now, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to escape. I was careless. I did not expect the Celestial Court to help the demon Fang Yuan. Wu Yong looked at Feng Jioge, who was flying over. His gaze was cold and gloomy. It was this guy who had ruined his entire plan. Damn it. But the other's talent and status made Wu Yong hesitate. The value of killing Feng Jioge was not as high as capturing him alive. If he killed Feng Jioge, Wu Yong would become enemies with the Celestial Court and Central Continent. One had to know that the Celestial Court had evidence that Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan. But if he was captured alive, Wu Yong could rely on this person to negotiate with Central Continent. In fact, Wu Yong already had such thoughts. If he had wanted to kill Feng Jioge, he wouldn't have attacked at the same pace as before. Wu Yong was not a pure murderer. He was the leader of a super force. What he had to consider was not just the battle itself, but also the countless aspects involved in this battle. Immortal killer move. Separation Song. Feng Jioge was still some distance away from clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He used his previous killer move again. Wu Yong snorted coldly. He had already added mini goo worms into the immortal goo house. Although decomposition was still effective, it was much weaker than before. An intense battle unfolded again. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand even though he was still injured. The immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was domineering. Feng Jioge could only use guerrilla tactics and use separation song to dismantle it. Wu Yong was astute, he had already retreated once, he did not feel any pressure in retreating a second time. As long as the immortal Gu house was decomposed to a certain extent, Wu Yong would retreat and fly away to repair it. Feng Jioge's separation song did not have any offensive power. After the Gu worms were decomposed, Wu Yong obtained them and rebuilt them. The only thing that gave Wu Yong a headache was that immortal Gu houses were not easy to construct. It could be said that this battle was already decided. There was no way Feng Jioge could win. Maybe if they fought head-on and neither side retreated, Feng Jioge might have some hope of winning. But unfortunately Wu Yong was not rash or stupid. After a few rounds of fighting he gave up on his dignity as a rank 8. In exchange he was able to advance and retreat freely, he was in control of the situation. Even a prodigy like Feng Jioge would be forced into a disadvantageous position by him, and there was no chance for him to win. At the same time in Central Continent's celestial court, Fairy Myrtle held star constellation chessboard in her hands, looking at the battle situation on the chessboard. It was the scene of Feng Jioge fighting Wu Yong. "It's about time," Fairy Myrtle muttered. It turned out that Feng Jioge's encounter with Fang Yuan was arranged by the will of the stars. With the help of Celestial Court, Feng Jioge chased after the theft path Immortal Gu and encountered Fang Yuan. Even Feng Jioge himself was kept in the dark. Even the Celestial Court was confused, they did not know why the will of the stars made such an arrangement. Feng Jioge's aura had already become weak. He was covered in injuries, he only had the strength for one attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was hiding in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he was in perfect condition, the rank 1 immortal Gu house had only some outer parts disassembled. After the battle, he retreated, then advanced and fought again. A person's intelligence was the most important of all beings. Wu Yong's battle tactics made it impossible for Feng Jioge to make a comeback. "Feng Jioge, if you surrender now, I can spare your life and even send you back to Central Continent to be dealt with by Celestial Court," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Jioge smiled. "Wu Yong, if you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat, what harm is there in that?" Wu Yong's expression froze. At this point Feng Jioge still had a method he had not used. "Back then I became famous and obtained the recognition of rank 8 Gu immortals. It was because of this move that they thought I had rank 8 battle strength. Take a look at my 7th song." "Wait, Feng Jioge." Right at this time, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They both had rank 8 auras. Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Wu Yong was surprised, Celestial Court still had a hidden move, this was out of his expectations. In his mind, if there was such a hidden move, why didn't they use it earlier? "Don't tell me they just arrived?" Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, "Central Continent people, you came at the right time, I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal Gu from my southern border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon." Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal Gu house to protect him, and other southern border righteous path Gu immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these 2 Central Continent Gu immortals to come prepared? One of them said, "Even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people, we naturally have to work together. Earlier we took away the immortal Gu because we were afraid these Gu worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal Gu, we can return them to their original owners now." Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued, "As for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Jioge, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Fang Yuan for the rest of your life, not returning him until you take his life?" Feng Jioge was silent for a while before speaking. Chapter 1402. There was a boundless sea of sand, yellow sand stretched into the sky, there was no end to it. The sky was blue and high, there were white clouds in the sky, the lines were clear and sparkling. "I have finally arrived in Western Desert." A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down, he flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man, he wore a white robe with long sleeves, he had long black hair, deep eyes and a jade-like face. Was Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall. they could not stop Fang Yuan. In contrast, Fang Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall. It was the safest environment. Bai Ning Bing He Lulan, and the rest were inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Fang Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Fang Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot. It had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands. It could hold these Gu immortals. If ordinary Gu immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Fang Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body. He could easily pass through regional walls. He did not suffer any losses. After the battle of the giant dream realm, even though Fang Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal Gu dark limit fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme heavenly eagle. Along the way, Fang Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by Providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by Providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, Providence is still paying attention to me. My whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later. Fang Yuan would be chased by countless Gu immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from Heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural Gu nurturing grounds that can produce immortal Gu. Just like southern borders Jade Pot Mountain. Bai Ning Bing's Ice Soul Immortal Gu was a wild immortal Gu born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal Gu were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Fang Yuan wanted to go to. Feng Jioga saved me, the favor is over. His appearance is a little strange, maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down. It is just a matter of time. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. White light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu while maintaining Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Whoosh! He turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky. His speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Gu Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 Transformation Path Gu Immortal Yuan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor, he had a sharp nose and small eyes, his black hair was messy like weeds. Not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. After following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's corpse city. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined. Following the scent, he charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh! With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert. Like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark. Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high. It could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself. this environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem. Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent, it was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Suddenly he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote antiquity era, two immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast. It had two life forms, one was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel. It was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat. It was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuan Peng. Many Gu immortals compared the two. Sun Moon Kuan Peng was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuan Peng would turn into a giant peng bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuan Peng would turn into a giant Kuan fish, devouring the sea like a whale. It had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat Camel died, its Dao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death, they would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a Gu immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi, it was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track Three Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled Three Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses, the big ones were like palaces. Finally he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. Three Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing, this underground cave is so huge, it is like a mortal city. The Earth Chi here is so dense that it formed an Earth Chi sandstorm? Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from Earth Chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the Earth Chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait. Three Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of Earth Chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no. Demonic Mosquito heard this and his body shook. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. He observed carefully. He saw that this Gu immortal was very handsome. He had a graceful demeanor. He wore white clothes and had black eyes. He was extremely handsome. Even though he was a young man, as a member of the same gender, Three Feather Boy was shocked by this appearance. Such a beautiful person. Looking at his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path Gu immortal. Just as Three Feather Boy was guessing, Fang Yuan also looked at him. He squinted as he said with a joyful tone, "Good, this is the third person I have met after eating you. I will be able to fill my stomach a little." "What?" Three Feather Boy was shocked. He quickly retreated. "This is not righteous path. You wants to eat me? Big sister, save me." Chapter 1403. Fang Yuan's words made Three Feather Boy turn pale with fright. He quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of Three Feather Boy, consoling him. "Brother, don't be afraid, big sister is here." This female Gu immortal had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. She wore a green robe with flowers carved on it. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted a green luster. "My immortal name is Chui Bo. Who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies?" Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Chui Bo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal. She thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp. It ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing, "I am speaking the truth, why would I lie? Hee, since you came to me, I will eat you all." The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu, since it was called sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only managed to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu before it was snatched by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had no weakness. It was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu was an immortal Gu. Immortal Gu needed to be fed. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture. Some people called it Essence Pool or Purple Palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus. But the term for immortal apertures was more general. Using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus Gu. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It did not need any food. It could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Fang Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Right now, even though Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had changed his cultivation plan. He extended the time in his immortal aperture. He gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's words to Three Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Gu immortals. He killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not annex it. He could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the Gu formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Fang Yuan this time. A rank 7 Gu immortal came coincidentally. He cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths. Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble. Fang Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self, first style, Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air. it pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. Three Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock. She waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fang Yuan's control, it gave up on Three Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fang Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path Gu Immortal. He was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal. He liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them there were close to 10 Gu Immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hatred? Fang Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive Gu formation, you cannot do it recklessly. We have not obtained the treasures yet. Why should we fight to the death? If we delay for too long, something else might happen." Fairy Chui Bo was eloquent. Fang Yuan nodded. "You are right." Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were overjoyed, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin. "Go kill these two, I will take the inheritance myself," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing snorted. Even though she was unhappy with Fang Yuan's orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui Bo. He Lulan dealt with Three Feather Boy. Fairy Miao Yin smiled lightly. She watched from the side and provided support. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were completely panicking. They did not expect that there were 3 Gu Immortals in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture, and they were all from another region. This was a rare situation. Gu Immortals would not hide other Gu Immortals in their Immortal Apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy fell into a disadvantage. They could not retaliate against the Black and White Immortals. These are 2 Immortals with the 10 extreme physiques. Their methods are truly unprecedented. I remember now, they are wanted criminals. Demonic path scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits who caused the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Three Feather Boy and Fairy Chui Bo discovered the identities of Fang Yuan and the rest, they became even more panicked. They lost their will to fight and escaped. The Black and White Immortals chased after them. They soon left this underground cave. Fang Yuan stood in front of the sandstorm. He activated the method that he had prepared for a long time. After a few breaths of time, the sandstorm weakened. It split into 2, revealing a small path. Fang Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miao Yin was still outside, preventing others from entering. As Fang Yuan entered, the sandstorm became stronger again. The small path vanished and returned to normal. A city soon appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Corpse City. At first glance, this was a city made of yellow soil. It was quite inconspicuous. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal Gu house. It was like Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from Northern Plains. Western Desert Zombie Alliance's true headquarters was an Earth Path Blessed Land. Corpse City was inside the Blessed Land. In the past, Shadow Sect had a plan of 10,000 years, defying heaven and refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu, but it ended in a huge loss. The headquarters of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was abandoned. The essence of the resources were all stored in Corpse City. The entire mortal Gu house was moved to the bottom of Translocation Desert and a defensive Gu formation was set up. This method preserved most of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's Earth Path Blessed Land was destroyed by Western Desert's Gu Immortals. But after plundering, these Western Desert Gu Immortals were not satisfied. They even became angry from embarrassment. Because they did not obtain the spoils of war they had planned. Through their constant calculations and investigations, with the help of the will of the heavens, they finally found the Translocation Desert. They confirmed that the treasure of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance was hidden here. But it was not easy to find the right Earth Chi cave. Not to mention the fact that there were many of these caves, they were like stars in the sky, and most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, there were old caves disappearing and new caves appearing. This made it hard for Western Desert's Gu immortals to find them. Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 great expert. Bai Ning Bing, me and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal Gu, but the defensive Gu formation had immortal Gu as the core. Chapter 1404. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. From its appearance, it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. Fang Yuan held it in his palm, feeling that it was as heavy as a rock. It had a wide carapace on its back and a thick head. It gave off a feeling of strength and power. The forked horn was like a spear that was raised high into the sky. Rule Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fight. This Immortal Gu was Fang Yuan's main gain in this trip. Because of his identity as the new leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan quickly refined this Gu and stored it in his immortal aperture. Other than that, there was another Immortal Gu. It was only rank 6, it was Earth Path. It was called Yellow Sand. This Immortal Gu looked like a ladybug. Its round carapace had 6 natural yellow stars on it. With rank 7 Immortal Gu Fight and rank 6 Immortal Gu Yellow Sand as the cores, as well as some Mortal Gu, along with the abundant Earth Chi in the Earth Chi Cave and Earth Path Dao marks, Western Desert Zombie Alliance created a defensive Gu formation. But as Fang Yuan stored these Gu worms, this Gu formation broke apart and dissipated. Fang Yuan took a glance at the storage in Corpse City. There were a lot of immortal materials in the Mortal Gu houses. The most precious was Cold Moon Divine Hero. This was a rank 7 immortal material. Moonlight essence was condensed in the center of the desert for over 10,000 years. In jewel yellow skies it was priceless. There were very few of them. Even those rank 8 Gu immortals did not have many of them. And the largest quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This wood grew in Ghost Grim Desert, that was the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There were a lot of phosphorescent wood. It was the accumulation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Just from this, I can tell how deep Shadow Sect's foundation was in the past. It is a pity that Shadow Sect invested too much in refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their defeated forces were suppressed and chased by Providence, Celestial Court, and me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Wuxia and the others had visited almost all of the Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions. The Zombie Alliance inheritance in Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border had all been used up. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance headquarters was taken down by Eastern Seas Gu Immortals and was firmly controlled. Now the final Western Desert treasure trove had been taken by Fang Yuan. This was the largest fortune that the Shadow Sect had left in the world. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items. Western Desert also had 2 resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain that were worthy of Fang Yuan's attention. The Shadow Sect had secretly operated them and seemed to have produced wild immortal Gu. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan and Goddess Miao Yin waited for a while. A white-clothed figure pierced through. It was Dragon Lady Bai Ning Bing. She was as cold as an iceberg. Her white robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In her hand was a captive. It was Fairy Chui Bo from before. Right now, she was frozen into a popsicle, her eyes were shut and her body was covered in a thick layer of frost. She did not move and allowed Bai Ning Bing to do whatever she wanted. Bai Ning Bing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miao Yin praise her. Even Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Even though Bai Ning Bing only had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was a true rank 7, and she was an expert among rank 7s. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques, together with Bai Xiang's true inheritance, it was several times more effective. And most importantly, Bai Ning Bing herself was someone who did not fear death. She had great talent. Back in Southern Border, she fought against 3 people alone, killing 2 and heavily injuring 1. Her battle results were impressive. Now, she captured a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her battle strength was second only to Fang Yuan's on Fang Yuan's side. Since I captured Fairy Chui Bo, there is no hurry to kill her and annex her immortal aperture. Fang Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with earth chi, there was no heaven chi, it was not suitable to place an immortal aperture. The rank 6 Gu immortal demonic mosquito that died in the defensive Gu formation earlier had its immortal aperture and corpse turned into sand, it had no value. Fang Yuan was not hungry, he did not need to annex and eat yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Gu immortal Thousand Transformations ancestor. Maybe he could use her to alleviate some of Providence's plans. Since you captured her, keep her in your immortal aperture for now. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She had no way out now, she was being pursued by Celestial Court and Southern Border, she needed Shadow Sect's help to refine immortal Gu, she could only cooperate with Fang Yuan. He Lulan also returned. She had some blood on her body, I burned that boy to ashes, his immortal aperture is also destroyed. Furthermore, the commotion attracted a group of Western Desert Gu immortals. I did not fight, I retreated first, looking at their auras they should not be ordinary. Fang Yuan nodded. Even though He Lulan had not ascended for long, her horizons were already very high. Her evaluation was not ordinary, these Western Desert Gu immortals were experts among rank 7. But it was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was also a super force. Its inheritance attracted a large number of Western Desert Gu immortals to explore it, it was normal. Super forces would pay attention to it, and don't forget, there was also Providence causing trouble in the dark, adding fuel to the fire. We will leave now. Fang Yuan said this, but before he finished speaking, 3 figures entered from the left, right and top. Friend, you want to enter after taking Zombie Alliance's inheritance, aren't you dreaming? On the left, a thin young Gu immortal with colorful feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated enslavement path, people called him Peacock Deity. We can leave, but everyone who sees Zombie Alliance's inheritance will get a share, we will split it first. A female Gu immortal came from above, she was wearing a white dance dress unique to Western Desert. Her face was half covered with a white veil, her beautiful eyes were deep and her eyelashes were thick and dense. This beauty was famous, she was a famous fairy in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, her status was similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Si Lu in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, she was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. And the Gu immortal on the right had a huge beard, his chest was bare, his back was bare, his chest was firm, his arms were thick, his skin was red like copper, he breathed roughly, his aura was overflowing with vigor. His origin was even greater because his surname was Dong. Dong clan was one of Western Desert's super forces. Dong Lai Feng, a Wind Path rank 7 expert, he was most proficient in tracking. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains and 1 Western Desert Gu immortal, what a mess. Dong Lai Feng frowned. On Fang Yuan's side, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he came to Western Desert with the aura of a Western Desert Gu immortal. He Lulan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains, she was naturally a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were true Southern Border natives. Foreign region Gu immortals were usually ostracized. In this aspect Eastern Sea had the best atmosphere. But in the other 4 regions, the local Gu immortals were usually very xenophobic. Foreign region Gu immortals often had to keep a low profile in these places. If a small argument or conflict broke out, they might be attacked by the local Gu immortals. Be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal or Dong Lai Feng, their expressions were ugly. Because Fang Yuan and the others had snatched Zombie Alliance's inheritance. In their hearts, all of this belonged to them. You too, these are foreign region Gu immortals, why don't we put down our differences and work together to kill these foreign region Gu immortals? That's right. Western Desert should be ruled by us Western Desert people, you foreign region Gu immortals actually came to our territory and snatched our treasures. Obediently hand over the Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might let you live. The 3 Western Desert Gu immortals shouted. At the same time they conversed secretly. Be careful, there are 4 of them, 2 rank 7s and 2 rank 6s. Those 2 rank 6s cannot be underestimated, their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems familiar, I think I have seen him somewhere. Dong Lai Feng's pupils shrunk as he thought of Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan had already shown his true appearance. After all, he knew that he had an investigative killer move on him and familiar face expended immortal essence. all his identities were exposed, he did not need to disguise himself anymore. Is Lu Guanyi? Dong Lai Feng was shocked and quickly retreated. Swoosh, he went in again. He disappeared in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned. What was going on? Earlier, the three of us were still discussing how to fight with high battle intent, but this Dong Lai Feng ran away. Did he get hit by the enemy's strange killer move? Or did he retreat on his own? Wait. Beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed. She also recognized Fang Yuan's identity as Lu Guanyi. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Everyone knew his appearance and voice. Of course, there were differences in the degree of familiarity between the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most widely known, it was the location of the incident after all. Central Continent also knew a lot about it because Celestial Court participated in this battle. As for the other 3 regions, some people knew Lu Guanyi's appearance, while others only heard about it, they did not have detailed information. After all, in their opinion, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he was not from the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Chui Bo could not recognize Fang Yuan no matter what, she ended up as a pitiful captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fang Yuan's identity and gasped, how could she dare to stay any longer? She escaped as fast as she could. What a joke, this was a person who could resist rank 8s. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, beautiful Camel Immortal cursed Dong Lai Feng in her heart, he ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if beautiful Camel Immortal was the first to discover Fang Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lai Feng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran. Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss. Even though he could not understand it, his long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His speed was even faster than beautiful Camel Immortal's. Before Fang Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert Rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fang Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong. Chapter 1405. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shoan.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A bunch of clowns. Love go, small say net Kubai Ning Bing coldly snorted. Hei Lulan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock Deity, beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lai Feng were experts among rank 7 Gu immortals, in southern border. Even though they could not compare to Old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, they could match Wu Yi Ran. That beautiful Camel Immortal's status in Western Desert's Gu immortal world was equal to Chiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin. But against Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lulan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven, or the entire Southern Border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu immortal world, rank 8 Gu immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lulan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sex Covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. Alright, we've got everything we need. Let's go, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin surrounded him. The 4 immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Whoosh! Dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the translocation desert. At this moment, the four of them had already left him far behind. "Right here we need to rest for a while," Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Fang Yuan's orders. The four Gu immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Fang Yuan arranged some mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now. He could easily set up this mortal Gu formation. It was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Fang Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. This move had one core immortal Gu. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had obtained from the defensive Gu formation around Corpse City, Fight. The other supplementary Gu worms were all mortal Gu, and most of them were wisdom path. After all, it was a rank 7 immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan was short on time, he was not in a rush. He moved step by step in an orderly manner. The Gu worms were activated, forming a profound light that shone in the sky of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal Gu increased, the color of the profound light became darker. After reaching the limit, Fang Yuan started to carefully inject red date immortal essence into the fight Gu. He did not expend much immortal essence, only 3 beads. The back of the fight Gu opened. Its thin wings flapped agilely as it moved its entire body, drawing a bright silver line in the air. This line entered the profound light. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed. There was a loud bang. The profound light exploded and dissipated rapidly. A large number of mortal Gu were destroyed on the spot. Even the battle Gu fell to the ground. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan's soul to shake intensely. He was heavily injured. Waves surged in his mind. Countless thoughts collided or self-destructed out of Fang Yuan's control. This reflected in Fang Yuan's senses. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. All sorts of strange or absurd thoughts filled his mind. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He endured it. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the waves in his mind gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan's expression was pale. He let out a breath of air and started to heal his injuries. His physical body's injuries were minimal. His soul was heavily injured, and his mind was also heavily injured. This was not surprising. This was the first time Fang Yuan had activated this immortal killer move. Even though he had simulated it in his mind many times, in reality, it was definitely different from his previous deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash after the activation failed. Furthermore, the backlash was also categorized. Like Fang Yuan's current situation, his physical injuries were not severe. His soul and mind were the ones that were seriously injured. After some healing, Fang Yuan's injuries had basically recovered. Currently, even though Fang Yuan did not have any powerful healing methods, he had enough methods. If his physical body was injured, he had Time Path Immortal Gu Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Gu. This time, when his mind was injured, Fang Yuan also had many wisdom path methods to heal himself. These methods were Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was not affected by the conflicting Dao marks. The healing effect was quite good. Of course, the injury to the brain could not be cured with just these small methods. There would still be some residual trauma, but it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He continued to try using immortal killer move Soaring Fighting Spirits. He failed again on the second try, but succeeded on the third try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water. It shrunk from the shape of a cloud to the size of a plate. Go! Fang Yuan willed. This round profound light flew down and landed on Ying Wuxia's body. Ying Wuxia was still using that pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered a huge blow. His battle intent was completely gone. He was lying on the ground like a corpse. His eyes were lifeless and his expression was lifeless. When the profound light landed on his body, it quickly entered Wuxia's mind like water flowing into soil. Not just that, a large portion even seeped into his soul. The entire process was very fast. In just a few breaths of time the fusion was completed. Wuxia's body shook. Next, his eyes shined with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and screamed before sitting up straight. Damn it, damn it. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped up on his arms, his fingers were cracking. The celestial court captured my main body, they cannot be forgiven. I must take back my main body and save it. Even if it is the celestial court, I will destroy it. Ah! Wuxia continued to scream before standing up and roaring at the sky. I want to fight. I need to pull myself together. I was too weak earlier, I shouldn't have done that. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon, even Lord Z acknowledges you, I also acknowledge you. In the current world, who can destroy Fate Gu? You are the only one with this ability. I believe you can definitely lead us to attack the Celestial Court, destroy Fate Gu and save my main body. Wuxia's dejection was swept away, he was like a completely different person. Very good. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Wuxia's performance had not been in vain. Wuxia's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the killer move Lead Soul into Dream, even rank 8 Gu immortals could not defend against it, and immortal Gu houses could not defend against it. If he had Wuxia's help during the battle against Wu Yong might have lost his life. Wuxia's renewed fighting spirit not only increased the battle strength of Fang Yuan's side, he could even lead another person. This person was Sixth Hair. Langya Blessed Land, a Grade Gu Refinement Hall. Rumble. The earth fire erupted fiercely, emitting a thunderous sound. From the surging earth fire a figure jumped out. This person had black hair all over his body, he was burly and was coughing continuously, he was in a sorry state. It was the land spirit of Langya. Cough cough cough, I failed again. Damn it. If I had used my tribe's heaven and earth natural style, I would have refined the immortal Gu long ago. But that Fang Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal Gu. Damn it, isn't he trying to make things difficult for me? The land spirit of Langya was indignant, he mumbled to himself. Right at this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. Sixth Hair requests to meet First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing this hairy man, the land spirit of Langya had an amiable expression. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine Gu and raise my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair replied, his eyes shining with bright light. The land spirit of Langya was most proficient in the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. But this method could not be used to refine an immortal Gu for Fang Yuan. Because during the refinement process, this method would attract providence, it could even turn into calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Only the human isolation style had a chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya was not clear about this. In fact, he was not proficient in the human isolation style. He was a hairy man who was righteous, he had always scoffed at the human Gu refinement method, he did not care about it at all. After all, in terms of the success rate of Gu refinement, the hairy man heaven and earth style was much higher than the human isolation style. The land spirit of Langya was not proficient in this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he was proficient in human methods. But after living in Langya Blessed Land for so many years, he had not shown any ability in this aspect. Until now. O Fang Yuan, since you obtained Wuxia's acknowledgement, then I will reluctantly admit that you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you, I will refine an immortal Gu for you. This was the area where Sixth Hair could help Fang Yuan the most. Even though exposing these abilities would take a risk and make the land spirit of Langya suspicious, Sixth Hair's life would be in danger. But at this moment he could not care so much anymore. As long as he could help Shadow Sect, it was fine. Chapter 1406. He had long wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His nose was tall, his lips were chiseled, he had a cold demeanor as he pursed his lips. It was Wuxia's soul. Right now he had already left the pure dream reality seeker physique body, his soul was floating in the air. This body? Wuxia frowned as he looked at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting cold air at all times, it was translucent like a crystal, there was a Gu immortal sealed inside. She was petite like a young girl, she wore a carved green dress, there were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears, the pearls seemed to contain water as they swayed, they emitted green light. Right now, her eyes were shut, she was sealed by Ning Bing, even the thoughts in her mind were frozen, her life and death were at the mercy of others. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert female Gu immortal, Fairy Chui Bo, who saw that Fang Yuan did not escape in time and was captured by Ning Bing. Seeing Ying Wuxia's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, "In this situation, how can we find a body that fits your requirements? Let's put up with it for now." Ying Wuxia nodded, "Sai, that's all we can do. Let's begin." Fang Yuan waved his right hand, a rank 7 immortal Gu flew out of his palm. This immortal Gu had a unique appearance. It looked like a goose egg, the eggshell was translucent, from the outside, jade green light could be seen inside. At close range, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal Gu. This chill was different from the coldness of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-chilling. And the chill that this immortal Gu emitted would directly affect the human soul. Ying Wuxia's soul shuddered uncontrollably because of this immortal Gu's appearance. On the other side, Bai Ning Bing stood quietly, her gaze was attracted by this rank 7 immortal Gu. "This is Change Soul Immortal Gu?" Bai Ning Bing muttered to herself. Indeed, it was Change Soul Immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's history was quite complicated. At the start, it was refined by Green, one of the first spectral souls split souls. He then handed it over to Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao. In order to save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used the soul-swapping technique and swapped his soul with Bo Qing's. Bo Qing's remnant soul was rescued by the Shadow Sect and was hidden in the depths of the earth abyss of the Zhongzhou state. He had been trying to heal himself, but he was too injured to return. In the end, he was captured by the Celestial Court. Mo Yao's remnant soul was left in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, along with Change Soul Immortal Gu and Bo Qing's Sword Path Gu worms. After that, Fang Yuan entered the bottom of Falling Heavenly River and used Mo Yao's remnant will to lure out several immortal Gu. Among them was Change Soul Immortal Gu. But even though Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal Gu, he knew nothing about Change Soul Immortal Gu. Until the will of the stars guided Fang Yuan in his dream and taught him a powerful killer move called Soul Swap in Dream. Only then did Fang Yuan learn of this immortal Gu's effect. Fang Yuan used Soul Swap in Dream to occupy Ying Wuxia's original body at the crucial moment, then he successfully ambushed Spectral Soul's main body and took away Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. One could say that in the Battle of Yitian Mountain Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Fang Yuan made a comeback at the crucial moment because of Change Soul Immortal Gu. Now this Immortal Gu was used again. But this time, Fang Yuan was not doing it to deal with Shadow Sect, he was helping Shadow Sect. In fact, he himself had become the leader of Shadow Sect. The mysteries of fate were really hard to predict. Before this, be it Fang Yuan or the Shadow Sect, how could they have expected such a situation? Under Change Soul Immortal Gu's effect, Ying Wuxia's soul was successfully swapped with Fairy Chui Bo's. "What are you doing? What did you do to me?" After Fairy Chui Bo's soul left the ice coffin, she woke up in fear. But she did not have a body, her soul's screams were just meaningless screams in people's ears. Of course Fang Yuan heard it clearly. He had soul language Gu worms, they were mortal Gu, he had a lot of them, they were one of Zishan Makoto's inheritances. Fang Yuan snickered as he waved at Fairy Chui Bo's soul. Fairy Chui Bo felt an unstoppable force pulling her entire soul into Fang Yuan's hands. "No!" She screamed in pain, her voice was so piercing that even Bai Ning Bing frowned slightly. At the next moment, she was restrained by Fang Yuan and sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even though Fairy Chui Bo's soul was searched by Bai Ning Bing and she had no secrets, Gu immortal souls could be used. Dang Hun Mountain was one such method. Gu immortal souls, especially human Gu immortal souls, had higher cultivation level and deeper soul foundation. When they were destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain, they would form more guts Gu. But now Fang Yuan had other methods. It was because of Zishan Makoto's inheritance. There were many soul path methods inside. One of them could refine a Gu immortal soul into a human form soul beast. The rank 7 Fairy Chui Bo would be an ancient soul beast if she turned into a soul beast. If Fang Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to make Fairy Chui Bo listen to him and remain loyal to him. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's true gains were in his methods and killer moves. Even though he had many immortal materials and immortal Gu, their total value was far from enough. It was just that these experiences and methods required a very long time to transform into real strength. And now, Fang Yuan was facing the pursuit, what he lacked the most was time. Fairy Chui Bo's soul was suppressed. Fang Yuan stored Change Soul Immortal Gu. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the ice coffin and let out Fairy Chui Bo. More accurately speaking, it was Ying Wuxia who was in Fairy Chui Bo's body. So cold. Ying Wuxia shivered, his body was covered in frost. Bai Ningbing waved her hand as the frost on Ying Wuxia's body disappeared. Ying Wuxia thanked her as he received the goo worms that Fang Yuan threw over. A large number of mortal goo, and immortal Yuan stone. You want me to use lead soul into dream? Ying Wuxia looked at these goo worms and was surprised. Take them. I know about lead soul into dream. This move is extremely complex. I cannot learn it in a short time. Right now, we are still hit by Celestial Court's investigative killer move. We need your battle strength. Fang Yuan said calmly. Ying Wuxia nodded heavily, his eyes shined as he clenched his fists. Sect leader is right, I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of surprise in her eyes. Even though Ying Wuxia regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Fang Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom Path's three essences were thought, will, and emotion. Ying Wuxia was originally dispirited, he only regained his fighting spirit because of it. It was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it, these righteous path dogs, I will kill every single one of them. As Ying Wuxia spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Fang Yuan pondered, Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information. The goo immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge said that he was chasing an immortal goo related to thieving heaven demon venerable. He met Fang Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Jioge was Celestial Court's backup? It seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Jioge seems to be a poor arrangement. Fang Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Etion Mountain, the second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times, because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way, there must be something I don't understand. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor, he was very admirable. It was Feng Jioge. With such a rank 8 immortal goo, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Feng Jioge looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 goo immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Feng Jioge and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the goo worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured. He could only leave while he was ahead. Feng Jioge, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Fang Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal goo for now. Even if you meet rank 8 goo immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Fang Yuan. Celestial Court goo immortals instructed Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was puzzled. He asked, what do you mean? Celestial Court goo immortals had a deep gaze. Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, he needs to be killed. But it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Fang Yuan as his pawn. Fang Yuan possesses Spring Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time. It is extremely secretive. Chase after Fang Yuan, force him to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance, then destroy both Fang Yuan and Red Lotus' true inheritance. Feng Jioge's gaze flickered. He finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan, Red Lotus' true inheritance. Chapter 1407. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts, Some were fighting, some were lying on the ground, they seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures, they formed a sand sculpture forest. It was a spectacular sight. It was the myriad statue desert. This desert covered a huge area. There were countless sand sculptures. In Western Desert's immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era. It had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during reckless savage demon venerables era. During the 100-Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights. Blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100-Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory, be it humans or variant humans. A large number of immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed, Dao marks spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the myriad statue desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100-Tribe War was fought. The world turned dark and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path Dao marks as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations, or plundered by immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild worms. There were even wild immortal goo. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Dao marks. Mortal goo masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert goo immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person. 1,000 Transformations ancestor. This rank 8 goo immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was 1,000 Transformations ancestors territory. Any goo immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the 1,000 Statues Palace. In the depths of the hall, in a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar. 1,000 Transformations ancestor raised his head and roared, as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. 1,000 Transformations ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Intense pain. The unbearable pain continuously assaulted 1,000 Transformations ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other goo immortals saw this, they would be shocked. What was the reason for 1,000 Transformations ancestor, a rank 8 goo immortal, to suffer such torture, to the point where he lost all of his prestige as a rank 8? Clang clang. More than 10 thick chains bound 1,000 Transformations ancestors' body and limbs. The other ends of the chains were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls. From the looks of it, 1,000 Transformations ancestor was actually imprisoned. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will go crazy. The intense pain will devour all of my rationality. I will become a lunatic. The first rank 8 myriad tribulation is already so terrifying. How will I deal with the next two? Damn it. 1,000 Transformations ancestors' eyes were filled with a final trace of clarity, struggling. Using this trace of clarity and rationality, 1,000 Transformations ancestor finally made a decision. Immortal killer move, cutting flesh transformation. He activated the killer move. He was extremely familiar with this killer move. At the most crucial moment, even though he was in excruciating pain, the activation did not fail. This was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It had a surging aura. 1,000 Transformations ancestor's entire immortal body expanded rapidly. Like he was inflating, he grew larger and larger. From a lean middle-aged man, he turned into a fat and swollen meatball. The fat 1,000 Transformations ancestor shook his fat. Soon, a series of soft sounds could be heard. Bam bam bam. Following this sound, a bump suddenly bulged from the side of his neck. The bump continued to swell like it was inflated with air. It continued to expand. The pain intensified. Thousand Transformations ancestor grimaced in pain. His face was also swollen, there were almost no slits left in his eyes. Soon, the meatball on his neck expanded to the size of a basin. It reached its limit and exploded. The meatball exploded, yellow pus splattered everywhere. A year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof woof woof. After this year beast landed on the ground, it barked. It was a dog year beast. And its aura was not weak, it was a desolate level year beast. After the dog year beast landed on the ground, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt a trace of relief. It was like he was originally carrying a mountain on his back, but a huge rock on the mountain was suddenly moved away. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations ancestor's entire body was covered in bumps. Bam 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 bam. In a short period of time, these bumps continued to swell and explode, pus splattered everywhere and year beasts jumped out. Chicken, monkey, goat, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not only desolate level, there were also a few ancient desolate level year beasts. After hesitating for a while, the year beasts started to work together and attack Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not surprised, instead his expression became much more relaxed. His pain was greatly reduced, although it was still painful, it was at a level that he could endure. Facing the pincer attack of more than 10 year beasts, Thousand Transformations ancestor snorted coldly with a thought. Clang clang. With a series of loud noises, thick iron chains shot out from the surrounding walls like bolts of lightning. Then with lightning speed, the chains wrapped around the year beasts in the palace. No matter how the year beasts struggled, they were firmly bound and suppressed. Thousand Transformations ancestor let out a breath of turbid air, finally recovered. He grabbed with his hand, the closest snake year beast was in front of him, he used his method to observe it. This snake year beast hissed and hissed, it wanted to bite Thousand Transformations ancestor's face, but it was restrained, it could not succeed. A moment later, Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression did not change, but his heart shook. I've already used all my means, but this snake-shaped year beast is still hostile towards me. It seems like it wants to grind my bones into dust. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the immortal killer moves in Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Suicide transformation. Every time I use it, the life forms that are split from my immortal body, regardless of their form, can be controlled by me freely. Because they are a part of my body to begin with. But now, these year beasts are clearly separated from my body, but they are not under my control. No matter what methods I use, they are useless. Such a powerful myriad tribulation. Cold sweat dripped down Thousand Transformations ancestor's forehead. He recalled the scene of his tribulation half a month ago, he still felt lingering fear. Rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. Thousand Transformations ancestor was going through the first myriad tribulation. If not for this immortal Gu house left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, I would not have been able to pass the first myriad tribulation. Even if I pass it now, I will have residual injuries, I can only use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses. Thousand Transformations ancestor wanted to resist it and find other ways to resolve it, but after half a month he reached his limit, he could not take it anymore. With no other choice, he could only use the flesh-cutting transformation to abandon a part of his immortal body and transfer the injuries on his body to the flesh that he had abandoned. This time he encountered a time path myriad tribulation. The remaining injuries on his body were all time path Dao marks. Thousand Transformations ancestor used cutting flesh transformation to discard these time path Dao marks. This way this cutting flesh transformation turned into year beasts. And because they were filled with providence, after these year beasts formed, they were not under Thousand Transformations ancestor's control, they became his mortal enemies. Thousand Transformations ancestor felt great heartache. What he had done was too great a loss. Not to mention how the myriad tribulation dealt a destructive blow to his immortal aperture. The Dao marks that were discarded by cutting flesh transformation were not just time path Dao marks, there were also Thousand Transformations ancestor's own transformation path Dao marks. The loss of these Dao marks was huge. Thousand Transformations ancestor calculated silently, after passing the myriad tribulation, not only did he not gain any Dao marks, he even suffered a huge loss in terms of Dao marks. This means that after I pass the tribulation I am worse off than before? Thinking of this, the Thousand Transformations ancestor's heart, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. He sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. There was no helping it. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's foundation did not increase at all. His Tao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless savage true inheritance. I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8, he naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. Chapter 1408. What? Thousand Transformations Ancestor heard this and felt a surge of anger. Even though he had many concubines, among them, the one he doted on the most was his third concubine, Fairy Chui Bo. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, who did not know this? Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble now. If it was done by someone, then these Gu immortals were simply looking down on Thousand Transformations Ancestor. There were two main possibilities. The first was that the Gu immortal who attacked had a strong backer. He was also a rank 8 great expert. He was not afraid of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was too valuable. People's hearts were moved by the wealth. They had killing intent and acted rashly. I'll endure it. Thousand Transformations Ancestor breathed in deeply, suppressing his anger. In his current situation he could not leave. The lumps on his body were still moving, year beasts were growing. He needed to heal himself. If he left forcefully and met other rank 8s, his situation might be exposed. I occupied Myriad Statue Desert. Everyone in the Gu immortal world knows that I inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. If I expose the fact that I am weak, it might attract some people's attention. Forget it, I will endure it for now. I will let Hong Yun investigate the situation first. Thinking of this, Thousand Transformations Ancestor transmitted to the door. Hong Yun, set off immediately, find Chui Bo and save her. The female immortal outside was terrified. Lord Husband, I Hong Yun, do not have enough battle strength. My safety is a small matter, but if I interfere with your plan, I will die 1,000 times over. No matter. I will give you a rank 8 immortal Gu. I will leave behind a portion of my will and immortal essence to protect you. Go ahead. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just said that when the door opened slightly, a lump of wool flew out. It was a rank 8 immortal Gu and a lot of immortal essence. The female immortal Hong Yun was overjoyed. She bowed 3 times. I understand. Thousand Transformations Ancestor waved for Hong Yun to leave, focusing on himself again. Even though he doted on Fairy Chui Bo, he was more concerned about himself. Looking at the increasing number of year beasts in this hall, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's brows furrowed deeper. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Unfortunately, it's filled with providence and is my enemy. I can't make use of it at all. Instead of killing them and gathering materials on the spot, I might as well sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was also helpless. The myriad tribulation this time had almost drained him dry. Right now, his immortal aperture was in a mess, his own condition was the same, his battle strength had fallen, he was worse than before the tribulation. What was even more infuriating was that even though he had passed through the myriad tribulation, he only suffered losses in terms of Tao marks and had no gains. Gu immortal cultivation is getting harder and harder. Even if I have the Reckless Savage's true inheritance, if I encounter the myriad tribulation, I will still die 9 out of 10 times. No wonder in the long history of humanity, there have only been 10 rank 9 Gu immortals who emerged from the ranks. Thousand Transformations Ancestor sighed deeply, placing a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using his immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into Jewel Yellow Skies. Any goods that entered Jewel Yellow Skies would emit a treasure light. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one, it was a transformation of his body, formed from providence and time path Tao marks. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the Gu immortals, others were the divine senses of the Gu immortals that were communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. How are you selling this year, beast? Soon a Gu immortal's divine sense came to him. Thousand Transformations ancestor smiled, replying, "No hurry, no hurry." Next he placed many year beasts into jewel yellow skies. Year beasts were rare, after all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the river of time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually only rank 8 great experts who had converted to time path could enter it freely. Now that Thousand Transformations ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level, this caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. A Gu immortal great expert is selling a large number of year beasts, let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality, it is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a time path great expert. The Gu immortals conversed and made their guesses. Thousand Transformations ancestor was quite satisfied. The commotion he created was already spreading, more and more Gu immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. Thousand Transformations ancestor announced. The Gu immortals roughly inspected, it was indeed so, they asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. Thousand Transformations ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts, they were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved. But these year beasts, which filled providence, could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, Thousand Transformations ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 Gu immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by Thousand Transformations ancestor. The Gu immortals gasped, they thought this was a huge transaction. The scale of year beasts was so huge, it was rare in the last 50,000 years. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention, Thousand Transformations ancestor announced, I dislike trouble, I will sell to whoever buys the most. The price will be calculated according to the treasure light of each year beast, I will not cheat anyone. Once he said this, the lone cultivators and secluded immortals started to complain. But there were also many people who stood out, asking or discussing the price. These people were either rank 8 great experts or representatives of super forces. Thousand Transformations ancestor discussed with these people, his mental state gradually calmed down. At this rate, after selling the year beasts, he would make a huge profit. Maybe he could make up for his losses from the tribulation. Feng Jioge was flying in the sky. The sky was clear, there were no clouds in it. Looking down, one could see that the sand dunes were undulating, the lines were smooth and smooth. What made Feng Jioge even more comfortable was that this desert was not dead, there were plants growing here. Some were immortal guidance, some were arrow shrubs, some were white-tooth flowers, they brought a lot of vitality to the desert. These were all common plants in Western Desert. Immortal guidance was similar to a cactus, it had needle-like leaves on the surface. Immortal guidance was in the shape of a person's palm, but some had a fist, some had an index finger, some had a pinky, and some had a middle finger. The directions of the fingers were also north, south, up, down, left, right, and so on. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrubs in Western Desert. Its branches were thin and hard, the most common ones were 10 feet tall, some especially tall ones could reach 20 to 30 feet, they were taller than buildings. In the arrow shrubs, there were often sandworms and even wild Gu worms. As for white-tooth flowers, they were like sunflowers, they were the size of basins, they faced the sun and absorbed sunlight. There were orange-yellow petals on the periphery of the flower. At the center of the flower, there was a row of white teeth, they were closely arranged. Under the reflection of sunlight, there was a layer of pearl-like light. Feng Jioge was not in the mood to appreciate these unique Western Desert sceneries. His main focus was on something not far ahead. Close, Fang Yuan and the rest should be nearby. Feng Jioge began to dive down. Soon, his altitude rapidly decreased and he landed on the scorching desert. His speed of descent was very fast, but from start to finish, there was no sound, not even a single wave was formed. Feng Jioge's gaze swept around, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be broken, although it was only a mortal formation. If it was broken, it would alert the enemy. Feng Jioge thought about it. He found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air inside and outside. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew over. Feng Jioge stretched out his hand, grabbing towards the front. He actually caught the wind sound in his hand. Next, his hand slowly tightened. An immortal killer move was secretly activated, his aura concealed to the extreme. In the end, Feng Jioge opened his fist, clenched the sound of wind in his palm, and lightly patted it on his chest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After that, the sound of wind coiled around his entire body. It was natural and it was no different from before. Under the influence of this gust of wind, he easily moved, passing through the illusion formation and arriving inside the Gu formation. His vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool directly occupied Feng Jioge's entire vision. Rumbling sounds engulfed his ears, making Feng Jioge feel like he was beside a huge waterfall. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers. It was a grand sight. Feng Jioge quickly looked around. He did not find Fang Yuan and the rest. His gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jioge did not hesitate. He got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jioge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jioge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jioge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jioge could not see, but it did not matter. He had many investigative methods. They were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jioge's heart jumped. He knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the river of time here. Fang Yuan had to follow the tributary of the river of time to enter the river of time and find Red Lotus true inheritance. Chapter 1409. The August event, the character illustration contest and voting have come to an end. Now some postcards have been made. Not only are there character illustrations on them, there is also a poem and my signature. These postcards will be given to some readers in the near future. Mainly to my old friends who have been with me for many years. Thank you for staying by my side all these years. In the days of the monthly updates, in the time of guessing the plot's direction, in the time of voting for me, in every meticulously written review, in every doujinshi work, in every poem created by fans, we have always been together. This is a kind of fate. Not long ago I saw a review. This has been written for many years? Why did it take so long? It has been a long time. 4 to 5 years. Why did it take so long? Why did we accompany each other for so long? Most of the time there are no flowers or applause. Most of the time we were silent, just traveling together. We are ridiculed, misunderstood, scolded and reported. 4 to 5 years. When we look back, we have changed a lot, we have grown a lot, we have experienced a lot. We have shelved our youth here, we have gathered our feelings here. Thank you, dear friends. QQ group, Chiba group, WeChat, there will be people in charge of communication. At that time we will ask for your ID, phone number and address. After all, we need to send out postcards. Chidian, I am personally in charge of it. The alliance leader must have a set of 3. The sect leader and elders also have 1, 2 and 1 respectively, randomly distributed. I hope that readers in the above range can use Chidian's backend and send me a private message. If you want, send me your address, phone number and Chidian ID. The address only needs to be enough for you to receive the postcard. The name does not need to be your real name as long as the gift can be sent to you. But you need to specify your Chidian ID in the private message. Don't post in Chidian's review and comment section, to prevent your personal information from being leaked. This event is to thank you for your feedback. It is purely to thank you and does not involve any profit. Because this is all paid out of my own pocket, my personal energy and financial resources are limited, I hope everyone can forgive me for any inadequacies. Gu Daoist Master Bows and thanks here. For the readers, there is another way to get a postcard as a gift. It was to participate in the building snatching activity in Gu Daoist Chieba. For those who didn't get any gifts, don't worry because in the next few months, there will be more activities waiting for you. Finally, thank you all for your support over the years. Venerable Gu thanks with tears in his eyes. Note, Gu Master QQ, Gu Master VIP Group 250906315, full subscription verified. Gu Masters White Sky Group 336936326, Gu Masters Black Sky Group 497266624. The original 5 regions equivalent group would be removed at the end of this month. In the future he would only keep these 3 groups so that it would be more convenient for him to do activities. Gu Immortal's WeChat public account. There are 2. One is Immortal Gu, the other is Author Immortal Gu, they are both me. Daoist Gu's Baidu Tieba. Please search for Daoist Gu's Tieba. There's a building snatching activity, giving out detailed photos and pasting them to the top of the post. There's a photo of the detailed photos in the post which I took myself. Privately they felt that the real thing was more beautiful than the photos. Chapter 14:10. The center of the sand whirlpool was a deep tunnel, it seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioge went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching, it was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal Gu? Feng Jioge flew closer and found that this was a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu was like a shell, it was the size of a baby's palm, the round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to year beasts, Daegu was very common, it could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of Daegu, month Gu, and year Gu. There were wild Daegu here. Would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed, there was a tributary of the river of time? A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because Gu immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures. It allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, super forces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this Daegu, rank 3 Daegu contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3 Daegu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using Daegu, month Gu, year Gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw, they would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan Gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan Gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan Gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the Shadow sect and hidden here. Feng Jioge continued to venture deeper. Soon he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Daegu, month Gu, year Gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Jioge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Jioge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the modeled time would be affected. Time will speed up, speeding up aging. Or if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Jioge did not dare to try it, he slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of modeled time, Feng Jioge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz Gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus true inheritance was hidden in the stone Lotus Island. If Fang Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the river of time was to find a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time was like an entrance, it had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the river of time in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Only the tributary of the river of time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, which had the same time flow as the river of time, could allow Gu immortals to enter and exit. More and more splendor of time appeared in Feng Jioge's vision. The deeper he went, the larger the dark passageway became. At first there were only 1 or 2 time path mortal Gu, but as the numbers increased at the deepest part, Gu groups appeared, each group had 100 Gu. The time path aura became denser, Feng Jioge could even hear the sound of flowing water. Finally, a slender ray of light appeared in his field of vision. As Feng Jioge got closer, this line of light expanded in his vision, gradually turning into the shape of a river. A tributary of the river of time. Feng Jioge's heart shook. There was indeed a tributary of the river of time here. But where are Fang Yuan and the rest? Just as Feng Jioge was thinking about this, a huge figure suddenly leaped out from a nearby patch of mottled light and pounced directly at him. Feng Jioge quickly dodged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound Path's silence triumphed over sound. Feng Jioge cultivated Sound Path. He was determined to create 9 songs to sing about all living beings in the world. Right now he had created 7 songs, Separation Song was one of them. But other than these 7 songs he had other Sound Path methods. Sound Path Killer Move's silence triumphed over sound, was one of them. Feng Jioge had been working hard on it, he was extremely familiar with it, once he activated it he succeeded. He punched and palmed, attacking the shadow from afar. This was also a killer move, the fist was the drum fist, the palm was the bell palm, it was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 Sounds True Inheritance. In the 3 Sounds True Inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was another killer move called Whistle Finger. Feng Jioge did not learn it, he only practiced what he was interested in to make up for his lack of methods. That huge shadow monster screamed from Feng Jioge's attacks. But strangely, as soon as its cry left its mouth, it disappeared without a trace. Every strike of Feng Jioge's drum fist could produce a drumming sound, and every strike of his bell palm could produce a bell chime. But at this moment, it was completely silent. Soon, Feng Jioge gained the upper hand, his attacks became fiercer. That sneak-attacking monster was beaten into a daze, unable to retaliate. Feng Jioge also saw clearly that it was a year beast that attacked him. A monkey year beast. And it was only an ordinary desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. If it were an ancient desolate beast, it would not be suppressed so easily. Feng Jioge squinted. In the River of Time, there were not only wild time path goo worms, but also large numbers of wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the River of Time they were very common. But, was this desolate level year beast arranged by Fang Yuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Feng Jioge thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Fang Yuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Fang Yuan watched the battle while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. In Jewel Yellow Skies there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Fang Yuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he could control immemorial year beasts, Fang Yuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Fang Yuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Fang Yuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Fang Yuan could also sell immortal goo. But he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold Immortal Yuan Stone. A vast amount of Immortal Yuan Stone, it was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. Even 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many Transformation Path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere, he wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal goo? 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was shocked and joyful. He did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a goo immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite, or 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's speed of decision, they were both shocking. Western Desert inside the sand tunnel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey-ear beast screamed in agony. But its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jioge's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jioge and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jioge inspected it and confirmed that this monkey-ear beast was a wild, desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jioge clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level-year beast. He did not rest. He continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed, the ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar, roar. Suddenly, several year beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was slightly shocked. I was discovered? Just now he had sensed the aura of an immortal killer move. The year beasts that came were very strong. There were 5 desolate level year beasts and 3 ancient year beasts. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his surging battle intent almost overflowed. Since he was discovered, he did not have to fight with his hands tied anymore. Come out, Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge shouted. But at the next moment his pupils shrunk. Because there were still year beasts charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. At once, the number of year beasts increased to more than 10. Moreover, even more year beasts were charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 14:11. Large numbers of year beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioge with their claws and teeth or roaring. Feng Jioge was soon surrounded. But he was skilled and bold, his expression did not change, his eyes were filled with calmness. Come at me. He shouted, his body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding ding dong dong, a series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, green jade song. The year beasts inside were injured one after another, their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The year beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped. But soon, 8 ancient year beasts charged out from the year beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers and bulls attacked Feng Jioge from 4 directions. Feng Jioge snorted coldly, the sound waves on his body expanded rapidly, with him as the center, a jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom boom boom. The 8 ancient year beasts were struck by the sound wave and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song. The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Bai Sheng and Feng Jioge through Zishan Makoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jioge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the year beasts here will turn against me. But even so, Fang Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance it looked like water from the River of Time. But in fact it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from He Fan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal killer move year beast summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian beast summon that Fang Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Fang Yuan was not using year goo, he was using rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. The contents of He Fan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was year beast summoning that used year goo as the core, and also year beast summoning that used years flow like water immortal goo as the core. Ordinary Nian beast summoning could only summon one Nian beast. And now, the Nian beast summoned Fang Yuan had summoned an army of Nians. Immortal killer move, submission song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jioge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard, it resounded in every goo immortal's and every year beast's mind. The year beast army fell into chaos. Because many year beasts sided with Feng Jioge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission Song covered wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jioge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Baisheng. Many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jioge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit who were watching the battle gasped. However, Fang Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the Immortal Killer move Year Beast Summoning. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Year's flow like water could be used even by rank 6 Gu Immortals. And this Immortal Killer move Year Beast Summoning, Fang Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use Year's flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Fang Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year Beast Summoning will continue to summon Year Beasts. I want to see how many your Submission Song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial Year Beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year Beast Summoning was a time path method. It had the effect of enslavement path. And enslavement path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jioge was a huge enemy. Fang Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jioge had the Celestial Court behind him. There might be other rank 8 Gu Immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Fang Yuan chose to conceal himself and use the Year Beast to attack. Year Beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time, summoned by Fang Yuan's killer move. They attacked Feng Jioge. Soon, the number of Year Beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the Year Beasts formed a circle, firmly surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge relied on Submission Song to control the Year Beasts. Using them to suppress them, he formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Fang Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus True Inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements. Feng Jioge was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Jioge had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 Immortal Gu that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control. Fairy Myrtle willed. The scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. Two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were fighting with the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. This Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Fang Yuan's control and flew away. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. It was already injured. It did not have an Immortal Gu. Even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against two rank 8 Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Fang Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Fang Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Fang Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with. He was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Fang Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Firstly, Fang Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Fang Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Feng Jioge to deal with Fang Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming. The regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu Immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward. Because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central Continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central Continent would face huge pressure, it might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei, there is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, Yuan Xiongdu. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals who instructed Feng Jioga and attacked the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Xiongdu, because he cultivated Path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts, they are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Xiongdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard. Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Gu's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Fang Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Gu Fight was activated, around it were a large number of supplementary Gu worms. Immortal Killer Move, Enslavement after Victorious Battle. After the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Fang Yuan's slaves surrounding Fang Yuan. Chapter 14:12. Under the effect of the immortal killer move enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Fang Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Fang Yuan and being enslaved by Fang Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 immortal Gu Fang Yuan had just obtained, Duel. With the help of all kinds of wisdom path Gu worms, this rule path immortal Gu started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie Deli. Immortal Zombie Deli was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Dual Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great strength true martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Makoto, turned into a purple gold rock, he inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on, a mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Fang Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Fang Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Fang Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle while using Year Beast summoning a large group of Year Beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the Year Beasts were huge, Year Beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the year beasts would not work for Fang Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beast. Spectral soul demon venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Gu immortal, they would disregard their own safety. Year beast summoning was created by Fan after all. Even though Fan was a time path great expert, he paled in comparison to spectral soul demon venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the year beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water as the core, the Gu immortal could summon a year beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Feng Jioge, or a rank 8 Gu immortal. But in the Gu immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Feng Jioge were there? Strength path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Yen beast wheel to fall to the ground. These year beasts were affected by year beast summoning and fought with Feng Jioge. But after suffering at Feng Jioge's hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the river of time to leave this place. But Fang Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used strength path giant handprints and slammed the year beast to the ground. Most of these year beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Fang Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Fang Yuan's response was to continue using strength path giant handprints. After a few slaps, very few year beasts refused to submit. After all, these year beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Feng Jioge's attacks. More and more year beasts were subdued by Fang Yuan. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept these year beasts into the sovereign immortal aperture. There were also some year beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Fang Yuan's strength path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the year beasts were mostly killed by Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan used year beast summoning again, summoning another batch of year beasts. Next, he stayed in the Gu formation's concealment and used Feng Jioge's strength to capture these year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 year beasts in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level year beasts, while a small portion were ancient year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of year beasts. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those year beasts from jewel yellow skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But, with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 year beasts. Fang Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts? Fang Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the river of time behind him. An immemorial year beast. It was attracted by my year's flow like water immortal Gu. Fang Yuan realized. Fang Yuan did not put year's flow like water immortal Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial year beast was attracted by the immortal Gu's aura and came here through the tributary of the river of time. Sensing the immemorial year beast's aura, the year beasts on the battlefield went berserk. They became very courageous. Feng Jioge felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble. A huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the river of time. As the river of time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was prepared. He kept the year beasts and the shadow sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Fang Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. The tiger-shaped immemorial year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, years flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish swish swish. Waves surged in the tributary of the river of time. The tiger immemorial desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the river of time. But it was clear that it was too huge, its foundation was too strong, the entrance of the tributary of the river of time was too small. But it did not matter, the tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger immemorial year beast tried to expand this tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time's water level rose rapidly, its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the river of time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial year beast, it did not care about it. Feng Jioge saw Fang Yuan charging over, his eyes shined with bright light, he was already prepared for battle. Fang Yuan was blocked by Feng Jioge in front of him, and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was, he had a smile on his face, he was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal, he activated rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water again. Fang Yuan also has a rank 8 immortal goo. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. But he was not very shocked. Since Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Jioge came. Fang Yuan sneered, years flow like water, immortal goo started to shine with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge goo formation started to activate. This is... Feng Jioge realized that he was already inside the goo formation. It was just that this huge goo formation had not activated earlier, it was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this goo formation. Under its influence, the goo formation started to activate. Feng Jioge was on full alert, but the goo formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble. Like a dam that had been accumulating for many years suddenly releasing water, the tributary of the river of time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this goo formation's true target was this tributary of the river of time itself. Feng Jioge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the river of time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main river of time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Fang Yuan, before sweeping towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the river of time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast. Feng Jioge was dazed, he found that the waves of the river of time had already reached his head. The river of time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth, where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The river of time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Feng Jioge instantly understood this, he immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble. The sound of surging waves could be heard, Feng Jioge's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant. And Fang Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the goo formation. Flood discharge formation break. Fang Yuan shouted inwardly, the entire goo formation crumbled. Without the goo formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier, the size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the goo formation, it was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped immemorial desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock, it was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light, it was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Chapter 14-13. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Goo Refinement Hall, the Goo refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super goo formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the goo formation. This fire was icy blue in color, it was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the super goo formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the goo formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests, it was not in the sky of great swamp, it was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close, it could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Gu masters a long time ago. Gu immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Gu immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor wind, they did not understand it. But now they were familiar with the method, they could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Land Spirit of Langya. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no. Good times did not last long. Land Spirit of Langya's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hair's heart jumped, he quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the fan door vanished into thin air. I failed again. The Land Spirit of Langya stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hair sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven earth style, this would not have happened. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. Sixth Hair hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sect's rules, since Elder Fang Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Fang Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human Gu refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the Gu refinement made the Land Spirit of Langya's mood very bad. Sixth Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal Gu. He wanted to refine 3 immortal Gu. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi. I'm just saying it casually. The Land Spirit of Langya hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Fang Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the Gu refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hair replied. Fang Yuan was like a sharp arrow flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Feng Joga. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact Spectral Soul's will in the Ghost Face Red Lotus. Although Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, secrets and so on, but he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the Ghost Face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained Spectral Soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal Gu houses. Currently, Fang Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal Gu houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Fang Yuan to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada, it is the key to the true inheritance. Fang Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Fang Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. But Fang Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of 1 tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Ming-shen. Speaking of which, this was Fang Yuan's fault. Because after Fang Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Ming-shen's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Makoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to Southern Border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Gu. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Gu. With the core Immortal Gu, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Fang Yuan received Sixth Hair's letter. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Gu. The content made him frown. The Gu refinement had failed again. Damn it. Even though he framed Feng Jioga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan. It was just a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Self-Love Immortal Gu, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Gu refinements. Land Spirit of Langya did my best. I did not do it half-heartedly. Sixth Hair said. Fang Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langya was pure and honest. Fang Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. The success rate was low. But this Self-Love Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Fang Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Makoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Fang Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine, I have to continue refining. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now, because Zishan Makoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Jioga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, this time I will ask Sixth Hair to take charge of the Gu refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant. Sixth Hair received Fang Yuan's letter Gu, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Gu refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat, but why did Fang Yuan want him to take charge of the Gu refinement? In the River of Time. The rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Jioga was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time? He tried to stabilize his body. He immediately felt the incomparable power of time path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong. Feng Jioga's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Jioga knew clearly that this was because his body was full of sound path Dao marks. They were incompatible with the time path Dao marks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jioga wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed. Only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jioga, it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a time path Gu immortal, I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jioge's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded, a huge tiger-year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size. Compared to this tiger-year beast, his body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. Chapter 14:14. Ding ding dong dong. Feng Jioge was giving it his all at this moment, as the melodious and crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. The song covered hundreds of steps. The immemorial tiger-year beast's claws were dyed in a jade color. But its claws were too huge, they still attacked. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth, quickly dodging. At the crucial moment, he almost brushed past the year beast's claws. Even if he was not hit, the terrifying shockwaves caused by the claw still crashed into Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was like a broken kite, he was sent flying. He was thrown high, drawing an arc in the river of time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. No, my battle strength is greatly suppressed here. The river of time is filled with time path Dao marks, it is the place with the most time path Dao marks in the world. The Dao marks conflict, my sound path killer move's effect is less than 10% of its original effect. Feng Jioge endured the pain, activating a killer move to heal his injuries. In the outside world, healing methods that were almost unstoppable were barely satisfactory here. Not just healing methods, even Feng Jioge's movement killer move became slower. His Emerald Jade Song was extremely powerful, but after the tiger year was injured, with just a slight tremble, the thin layer of Emerald Jade on the tiger's claw was completely shattered. It was obvious that the effect of the Emerald Jade Song had been weakened to the lowest point. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks were on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. But, after he was plotted against by Fang Yuan and got dragged into the river of time, his greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. Compared to the time path Dao marks here, the sound path Dao marks were too lacking in quantity. This was also why Fang Yuan was very confident that Feng Jioge would die in the river of time. The immemorial tiger year stuck out its bright red tongue and licked the wound on its right claw. Then, its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it once again charged at Feng Jioge. It was strong to begin with, it grew up in the river of time, its time path Dao marks complemented the river of time, it had an obvious home ground advantage. There were no rank 9 year beasts, immemorial year beasts were the overlords of year beasts. The tiger's roar resounded and the wind and waves surged to the sky. The enormous tiger-like Nian leaped forward and launched a ferocious attack at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge parried with all his might. But soon he was injured again. He was at a complete disadvantage and had no hope of winning. The only way to survive was to find a tributary of the river of time and retreat. But this hope was also very slim. Because it wasn't easy to encounter a tributary of the river of time. Even if they ran into a tributary, it might not be as big as this one, allowing Feng Jioge to escape. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu immortal, he was not a time path Gu immortal, he did not have any special methods to escape the river of time. Am I going to die here? Such a thought flashed through Feng Jioge's mind. But at this time a female immortal's voice resounded in his ears. Use that rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu life armor? Feng Jioge hesitated. The celestial quartz Gu immortal gave him this immortal Gu to protect his life. This was a rank 8 defensive immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge had his doubts about this. What? He didn't have any shortcomings in defense. Even when facing Wu Yong, his defense could hold up for a period of time. Rather than lending this immortal Gu to him, the celestial court might as well lend him other immortal Gu to attack or move. After all, Feng Jioge was inferior in terms of movement and movement. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves. It was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal Gu to attack. After Feng Jioge received this immortal Gu, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Gu's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Jioge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Gu, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Jioge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared, it was already in front of him. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Life Armor. At once, red date immortal essence was expended intensely. A thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Jioge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Jioge. Even though Feng Jioge was not injured, under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Jioge from all directions. But life armor's performance was outstanding. It did not budge, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 immortal Gu. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Dao marks were often on par with rank 9 immortal Gu. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Jioge again. Feng Jioge thought to himself, how bitter. He struggled with all his might. He wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence. It did not let Feng Jioge achieve his goal. Feng Jioge was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Jioge. He had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Jioge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Feng Jioge was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jioge was caught off guard. He was about to struggle when a voice could be heard. Don't struggle, Feng Jioge. I am a Gu immortal of Celestial Court. I am here to help you. You can call me Lord Huang Shi. Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Feng Jioge did not dare to deactivate fate armor, but he allowed himself to move along with the force of the tornado-like flow of water, flying towards the sky above the river of time. There, a yellow-clothed bald Gu immortal was already waiting for him. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. In front of her, star constellation chessboard was clearly displaying the scene of Feng Jioge being saved. The voice that reminded Feng Jioge at the crucial moment was naturally Fairy Myrtle. The true use of rank 8 fate armor immortal Gu was to give Lord Huang Shi a clear clue, allowing him to find Feng Jioge quickly and accurately. The river of time was very hard to enter. It was much harder for Gu immortals to enter than Black Heaven or White Heaven. Because rank 8 Gu immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 Gu immortals were only a small portion of rank 8 Gu immortals. But even so, the huge Celestial Court definitely had rank 8 Time Path Gu immortals. Lord Huang Shi was a part of Fairy Myrtle's plan. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan was to let Feng Jioge force Fang Yuan to enter the river of time and search for Red Lotus true inheritance. At this time, the Time Path rank 8 great expert, Lord Huang Shi, would take action and kill him. But Fairy Myrtle did not expect Fang Yuan to give up a tributary of the river of time and set up a trap, almost taking Feng Jioge's life. Fang Yuan, this otherworldly demon, is truly crafty. But after this battle, the foundation of He Fan's true inheritance is more or less revealed. Even though he gave up a tributary of the river of time and used it as a trap, it made me even more certain of my earlier guess, that Fang Yuan will definitely enter the river of time and take away Red Lotus true inheritance. With Fang Yuan's vigilance, it seems that he has at least one tributary of the river of time's location in Western Desert. No matter. My investigative killer move is still here. Fang Yuan's location is still exposed. Feng Jioge managed to survive. Fairy Myrtle activated star constellation chessboard again, letting her see the other battle. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle was already heavily injured. It was flying in Black Heaven. Two newly advanced Celestial Court Gu immortals were chasing it. They had some injuries but they were light. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was strong, against two rank 8 Gu immortals who had countless immortal killer moves and could coordinate with each other, it could not beat them. Sensing the threat of death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's survival instincts drove it to fly into Black Heaven, trying to shake off the enemies behind it. Unfortunately, its actions were already within the expectations of the two great enemies. Bam! A killer move struck the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle screeched in pain. It almost fell down, but soon, it flapped its wings and tried to climb back up. Eagle blood spewed out, drawing a long line of blood in Black Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had strong self-healing abilities, but the Celestial Court Gu Immortals' killer moves were clearly extraordinary. The outcome is set. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still struggling, the battle situation was clear. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not fail. Especially when one of them used an immortal killer move to keep himself behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, the faster he became. Wherever the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, he could follow it effortlessly. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had intelligence, how could it be smarter than humans? Even human Gu Immortals could not break immortal killer moves in battle. The two Celestial Court Gu Immortals were worried about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's fierce counterattack. On the other hand, they wanted to capture this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle alive, so they continued to bleed it and weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle seemed to sense its gloomy fate, but it did not give up. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Passing through black heaven, it arrived in white heaven. The heavenly wind Qi wall was not an obstruction to it. But it was different for the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. It was not easy for the two Celestial Court Gu Immortals to pass through Celestial Court's Qi wall. But they were prepared. How could Fairy Myrtle not be worthy of their immortal Gu house? Stay here, I will chase it and prevent the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle from flying back. The two Gu Immortals cooperated seamlessly, sealing off any possibility of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaping. Chapter 14-15. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. Love go, small sake net night shrouded the sky, stars shine brightly. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. The day was extremely hot, while the night was bone-chilling cold. Fang Yuan landed lightly on a nameless sand dune. After flying for half a night, I have not seen any pursuers from Celestial Court. Could it be that Feng Jiugu is really the only one chasing after me? Fang Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Forget it, let's not care about this. Fang Yuan calmed himself down. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest. Next, Ying Wuxia and I will use our killer moves. Our battle strength will fall. I will leave our safety to you. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin and He Lulan. The four immortals received the orders and dispersed, starting to patrol their own areas. Fang Yuan set up an immortal Gu formation. With precaution immortal Gu as the core, the original version of the Gu formation was a mortal Gu formation in Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard for him to modify a mortal Gu formation. After adding precaution immortal Gu, the defensive strength of this Gu formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were many flaws and weaknesses. They were only used for emergencies. In Zishan Makoto's inheritance, there were 4 immortal Gu formations. The strongest was the Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked the immortal Gu needed for these Gu formations. He could not set them up successfully. If he modified the Gu formation and used a vast number of mortal Gu worms to replace the missing immortal Gu, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to deduce it. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan set up this Gu formation. This Gu formation was more or less enough. It was mainly used to defend against enemy sneak attacks. And most importantly, Fang Yuan needed to make full use of his time. Celestial Court did not send any pursuers. This made Fang Yuan even more worried. The Gu formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The Gu formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the palaces and southern borders Super Gu formation. The space was white. Only Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia were present. Sect leader, let me do it. Foreshadow sect, for the great cause I will do my best. Ying Wuxia was full of fighting spirit. Fang Yuan nodded, then you go first. Ying Wuxia sat down and started instilling his immortal essence. After preparing for a while, his aura suddenly shook. Immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. In an instant, Ying Wuxia's karmic luck suddenly increased by several times. At the same time he felt dizzy and drowsy. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the luck of the Gu Immortal. Thus, the activation of the killer move not only meant that Ying Wuxia's luck rose sharply, it also meant that his soul was extremely weak. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan directly took out Guts Gu. During the cultivation process, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to storing Guts Gu on himself, in case of any mishaps. His cautiousness had provided him with a lot of help, and now it was reflected on Wuxia. Wuxia quickly recovered. He was no longer in a daze, but his face was still pale. Even though his soul was healthy, his soul path Dao marks were reduced by a lot. Burning soul bursting luck technique would permanently reduce soul path Dao marks. Moreover, this killer move had a requirement on the number of soul path Dao marks. To activate it successfully, a certain amount of soul path Dao marks had to be expended. Precisely because of this, on Fang Yuan's side, only he and Wuxia had the qualifications to activate this killer move. The others might have high battle strength, but their soul foundation was very weak. Everyone had their own specialties. No one could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan could cultivate so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because he used dream realms to raise his attainment levels in many paths. After Wuxia's activation, it was Fang Yuan's turn. This burning soul bursting luck killer move used soul path immortal Gu Soul Howl. With Wuxia's guidance, even though it was Fang Yuan's first time using it, he succeeded after 2 failures. Rumble. At once, Fang Yuan had auditory hallucinations. He seemed to see the luck above his head surging and expanding. It was like smoke rising into the sky. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to start the Gu refinement. Sixth Hair and Wuxia had a connection of luck. Before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia and the rest, chasing them all the way from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. In Northern Plains Earth Trench, Wuxia and the rest were rescued by Sixth Hair. Wuxia and the rest escaped, while Sixth Hair obstructed Fang Yuan with Dark Flow Giant City. Wuxia and Sixth Hair's luck was connected at that time. At that time, Wuxia had connect luck immortal Gu. To delay Fang Yuan as much as possible, Wuxia had to strengthen Sixth Hair in all aspects. Luck was one of them. As expected, Fang Yuan's pursuit was greatly slowed down. Sixth Hair did not die. He returned to Langya Blessed Land safely. Right now, Fang Yuan's plan was to make use of this connection to help Sixth Hair's luck rise sharply. Back then, when Wuxia was in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he had used this killer move to refine fixed immortal travel. Unfortunately, the Celestial Court succeeded in refining it. His efforts were not in vain. It benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan managed to refine change form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had obtained this information from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He wanted to use it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to assist in Gu refinement. This point had been fully verified long ago. Back then, with the help of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Long Hair Ancestor was able to help Giant Sun Immortal refine so many immortal Gu and construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan used this Gu to check the soul path Dao marks on his soul. His Dao marks were reduced by a lot. His soul foundation fell drastically. It was like he was going back to normal overnight. Fang Yuan had been cultivating his soul for a long time. Ever since he acted as Changshan Yin and traveled in Northern Plains to participate in the Imperial Court contest, it had started. To think that an overturning cloud would actually appear, and it was even hit by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This damnable luck. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were going crazy. They were about to vomit blood from anger. They had worked so hard and expended so much immortal essence, but when they were about to succeed, this happened. The upper extreme heavenly eagle still has our investigative killer move on it. We will go back the way we came, past the heavenly wind chi wall and return to Black Heaven. Chapter 14-16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Fang Yuan. What was the probability of Fang Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Fang Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioga and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small. it is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the river of time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the river of time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible, it was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island. The legendary location of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path, no one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi who specialized in the time Tao, the Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle who was observing this had a disappointed expression. But soon she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Fang Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jioge's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border Wu clan headquarters. A super Gu formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu clan supreme elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice shattered and an immortal Gu flew out. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration? This super Gu formation uses the earth vein as its foundation. The earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu at the crucial moment. Even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal Gu. Wu Yong's gaze was deep. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time Wu Fa came over and reported, not only here Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Qi clan and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You are saying this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fa frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in southern border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal Gu that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu self-destructed? Did Fang Yuan use some method? According to his original plan, there was plenty of time and he could take it easy. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a grandmaster in all paths, he would be close. That way he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 regions chaotic war. But now it was clearly impossible. The great era arrived too quickly. Fang Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the heavenly court and encircled by the heaven's will. He was in an extremely difficult situation and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. One of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Yihai's identity. Southern Border's earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but Southern Border will be the most affected, because Southern Border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan recalled. Eastern Sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented. This fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan still had Wu Yihai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures and even wild immortal Gu would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Fang Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yang's plan failed. Fang Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Fang Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal Gu self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing and got rid of all the Dao marks on my body, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fang Yuan had completely broken away from Wu clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Fang Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of Dao marks that were harmful to the Gu immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Fang Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces, Chudu, Land Spirit of Langya, other variant humans, Crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Fang Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would be harmful to Fang Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Fang Yuan harshly. By then it would be too late for Fang Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Fang Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Fang Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Court's investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fang Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it. because he had encountered this phenomenon of Tao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8 arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now in this body the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Wuxia had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Fang Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Tao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Fang Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Tao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Wuxia's killer move, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Tao mark growing killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation Chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation Chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fang Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Even though he had self-love Immortal Gu and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Fang Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful Tao marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Fang Yuan and the rest. Because this was a method from Star Constellation Chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location, but this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Jioga and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation Chessboard to display the target's experience and scene. It could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed. Normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Fang Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard. He could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Fang Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative. She had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Fang Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely, as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Chapter 1419. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The Star Constellation Chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals. The Immortal Gu House was flying. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime. Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time we need to fly to the sky and pass through the heavenly wind chi wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction. We will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals were full of fighting spirit. Their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had great luck a second or third time, so what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals would win, and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star Constellation Chessboard shook lightly. The scene changed and Feng Jioga appeared. At this moment, Feng Jioga had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Feng Jioga's current distance, he was quite far from Fang Yuan. Feng Jioga is a Tao guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Fang Yuan and the others. If I send other celestial court Gu immortals, there would be too many people, their luck would be countered by Fang Yuan, it would instead help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle is an obvious example. 2 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Fang Yuan? Let's first have Feng Jioge keep pressuring Fang Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus true legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Fang Yuan, but she valued Fang Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Fang Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet, he was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching, southern borders' earth veins were already shaking, Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous, they needed to make ample preparations. Even though Fang Yuan had self-love immortal Gu, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle escaped once, it was still being chased, it was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the stone lotus island that suddenly appeared in the river of time. Why did Red Lotus True Inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned, she could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation Chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path grade experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus. Fairy Myrtle sighed internally. Because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court, Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet, growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material, it could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location, there could not be any Dao marks or other life forms around it, not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient level life forms and immemorial level life forms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A Gu master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively, it seemed to want to leave the young Gu master's arm, it had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young Gu master gritted his teeth trying to hold on, his forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go Aurora Bird. The young Gu master had reached his limits, he knew he had to take a gamble, he shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp chirp chirp. At the next moment the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young Gu master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings, the rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom. With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young Gu master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard and risking his life so many times, he had finally gained some results, he managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great, it was just like what his master had predicted. Master, I succeeded. The young Gu master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly. Not bad. His master commented plainly. The young Gu master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in a daze now, its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial court's pursuers, Black heaven and white heaven were filled with danger, it was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm, using some unknown method. Under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed. It fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you. When it wakes up, it will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to southern border. I will go now. Saying so, this mysterious Gu immortal in conical hat and gray robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears. He was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, Master, can you tell me your name? Mortals fear karma, I fear cause. You can call me Lu Weiyin. His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Chapter 1420. Western Desert. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis. It had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fang Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Court's true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies. Especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again. The duration was fixed, but Fang Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fang Yuan had the foundation to do this. Because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal Gu. Because of this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was very confident. This immortal Gu was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance immortal Gu's effect was to support, to prolong the effect of other immortal Gu or killer moves. For example, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used Perseverance immortal Gu, the sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again, until Fang Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal Gu was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again. He finally obtained results. He successfully used immortal Gu Perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fang Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fang Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fang Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fang Yuan had already done his best. He could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. it is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the celestial quartz goo immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. Then, within a certain range of vision, the goo immortal could move the formation flag goo around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate formation flag goo again to set up the goo formation that had been set up earlier. And formation diagram goo was an expendable goo worm. Formation diagram goo recorded the details of the goo formation. Its effect was similar to formation plate goo, but the error rate was much lower than formation plate goo. These 3 goo worms were very suitable for the current Fang Yuan. Vibration desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the vibration desert, an immortal goo formation was slowly activating. Han Li walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself, this is the final test of goo immortal Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Han Li, you need to work hard. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take one more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Fang Yuan was staying in Southern Border's giant dream realm goo formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the goo formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Han Li could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Han Li's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. This is the reason why Zhen Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only goo immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those goo immortals with weak formation path attainment but who know when to advance and when to retreat, they have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li suddenly came to a realization. In that case I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Zhen Yuanzi's will? Of course not, I am formation spirit immortal goo. I was created by Senior Zhen Yuanzi, no one knows about it. That voice replied. Han Li was confused. Formation spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and goo formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a goo master? You are not a goo immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Han Li smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable, you are not a goo immortal, then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no. Han Li had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad, Zhen Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a goo immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence. You cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance. This goo formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over, I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Hanli was not willing to give up like this. It is useless, the difference in strength is too great. The formation spirit Goo's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Goo formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Han Li's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Goo formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Han Li was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Goo immortal followed Zhen Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Zhen Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost winged lion. But Han Li was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost winged lion's body, waking it up. Han Li attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost winged lion's body. The green claw ghost winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Han Li into its stomach. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Goo immortals died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1,000 transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Goo. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. How? Like the howl of a wolf, a soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong Yun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong Yun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk, she gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, 1,000 transformations will said, "Let me do it, Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all. She did not even change her direction. She continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal Goo activated. A strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun, but at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then its head suddenly exploded and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches, its fur turned into grass. From its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful. Is this the power of a rank 8 immortal Goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. 1,000 transformations will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal Goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 Goo immortal, it was only a rank 8 immortal Goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives they retreated. As dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it had no strength left, it was dead. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state, its injuries were severe. This is Thousand Transformations' husband's signature immortal goo mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle, her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. Thousand Transformations will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost-winged lion. It has old injuries in its body, it only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, Thousand Transformations will did not stop. Rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation was activated again. This time the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out, it stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hong Yun chased after it, with Thousand Transformations' ancestors will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. Thousand Transformations will instruct it, entering dancer Hong Yun's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun's eyes shined, she almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, dancer Hong Yun only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, dancer Hong Yun found Han Li. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal goo would be destroyed along with the mortal. The goo immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, because of the green claw ghost-winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other goo worms. Thus, these goo worms that Genuan Zi left behind still contain Genuan Zi's will. This was a loophole that dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal goo was created by Genuan Zi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each goo formation to help the goo immortal control the goo formation. Formation spirit immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo worm. After one use, the immortal goo would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the goo immortal wanted to use formation spirit immortal goo again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits and only a bunch of goo worms, they would not be able to talk to dancer Hong Yun, they would not be convinced. All in all, dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Zhen Yuanzi is a goo immortal of a super force Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan, he set it up here instead. 1,000 transformations will side. It seems that the rumors of Zhen Yuanzi being ostracized by the goo immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Chui Bo and return to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. 1,000 transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by 1,000 transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, 1,000 transformations was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal goo, 2 of them were formation path immortal goo. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the formation spirit could be considered half an immortal goo. If not for this goo formation collapsing once, dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire goo formation. Once this goo formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the goo formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag goo in the goo formation. Master, you can use formation flag goo to store the entire goo formation into formation flag goo before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since goo immortal Zhen Yuanzi created formation spirit immortal goo, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined formation flag goo as a support. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, the formation spirit first protected formation flag immortal goo. Thus, dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later. At night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold, the breath turned into fog. Western desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely, the light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move, fixed luck, is. Over the last few days, when Fang Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed luck came from Ma Hong Yun. Fang Yuan found the killer move fixed luck from Ma Hong Yun's soul. That was to say, fixed luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of connect luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi Fan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then and this was now. After Fang Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fang Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used burning soul-bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Fang Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Fang Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hong Yun, he had a way. Fixed luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally Stubborn Immortal Gu, Rule Path Immortal Gu Main. But after some modifications, Fang Yuan replaced these two cores, using Precaution Immortal Gu and Rule Path Immortal Gu Big. He had obtained Precaution Immortal Gu long ago. As for Big Immortal Gu, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man Gu Immortal. After using Big Immortal Gu, his body grew larger and he turned into a human Gu Immortal. However, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this fixed luck killer move was not always effective. That way, Fang Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Fang Yuan used his Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Fang Yuan had another worry. Last time only Feng Jioge came, who knows how many Celestial Court Gu Immortals will come next time? Thus, Fang Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's Gu Immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge, Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region, Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, it was not easy to find a chance to kill Fang Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were Bai Ning Bing He Lulan and the rest. Normally, when Fang Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, when will your Immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time Bai Ning Bing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Fang Yuan did not need to look around, he could feel that the other Gu Immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Fang Yuan said plainly. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all, she felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that Immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and lure the Celestial Court's pursuers over, we can surround and kill them. Bai Ning Bing suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. You think this Immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up? You need a tributary of the River of Time. The Immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using year's flow like water, Immortal Gu could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan's Immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the River of Time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu Immortal is busy, they can detonate this Immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the River of Time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the River of Time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the River of Time. An external tributary of the River of Time was needed. I feel the same way as you, the feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? At this time, 1,000 transformations ancestors will appear from Dancer Hong Yun's body. He had a trump card after all. Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here, let's see how Ing Wuxia can get away with it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were nervous. Even though Ing Wuxia grew quickly, he was still young, his acting skills could not compare to Fang Yuan, it was difficult for him to not expose himself under 1,000 transformations ancestors' will. Chapter 1427. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Chui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Quartz Gu immortals. The Celestial Quartz Gu immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine. Even though Fairy Chui Bo mentioned Thousand Transformations' ancestor's name, the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Chui Bo was hit by the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals' killer move. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guanyi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were chasing after Lu Guanyi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guanyi and the rest saved Fairy Chui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Quartz pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Quartz investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately, they would be attacked separately by their enemies. Wuxia described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Chui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Fang Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Wuxia's narration was half true and half false. Fang Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Jioge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic, there were very few edits. The story had no flaws because Fang Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Chui Bo's immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will ask Wuxia to show his immortal Gu, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Chui Bo's Gu worms contained her will, Wuxia could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Chui Bo was captured by Ning Bing, she self-detonated all her Gu worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy, therefore, Fang Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Chui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Chui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Ning Bing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Wuxia's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally, it made people believe in him. Since when did Wuxia have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised by Wuxia's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent Attitude Immortal Gu to Wuxia. With the help of such a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Wuxia's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal and a rank 8 Will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Wuxia had to deceive these two, it was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations' will, they did not doubt Wuxia's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Chui Bo, this is the truth, right? His tone was plain and his face was expressionless, he acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Fang Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the Celestial Quartz pressure to squeeze Fang Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fang Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Chui Bo, that is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fang Yuan avoided the topic of Celestial Court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations' will. Thousand Transformations will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 1428. Transaction. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations' will's intention. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance. And after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Fang Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fang Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fang Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fang Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's True Inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the Luck Path True Inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to transact with Fang Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way he would help Fang Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fang Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Cui Bo, he would also be forming good karma with Fang Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations' ancestors' friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Fang Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fang Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only Thousand Transformations will here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Fang Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. Thousand Transformations will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the Array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh. Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of Thousand Transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Zhen Yuanzi's Array Dao True Inheritance. Formation Path Immortal Gu were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of Thousand Transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare. Because this was the embryonic form of an immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal Gu formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. Thus, if Thousand Transformations will was not worn down completely and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 immortal Gu and attack Fang Yuan and the rest immediately. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would face the rank 8 immortal Gu's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal Gu was unknown to Fang Yuan and the rest. They could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until Thousand Transformations will was worn down before they dragged Dancer Hong Yun out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm, the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found Dancer Hong Yun who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if Thousand Transformations will was gone or not. On the other hand, Lead Soul into Dream had no effect on Thousand Transformations will. Because Thousand Transformations will was only a will, Lead Soul into Dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, Thousand Transformations would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, Thousand Transformations ancestor would have already found them. For Fang Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Fang Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag Dancer Hong Yun out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if Thousand Transformations was still around. This was a risk. Thus, by then, Fang Yuan and the rest would hide far away. Only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Fang Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal Gu. The risk would be borne by others while the benefits would be his. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or 1,000 transformations will find us during this period of time. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioge is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the river of time? Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal Gu formation earlier and made Feng Jioge suffer. Forget it. Fang Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioge has Celestial Court behind him, it is not impossible for him to escape from the river of time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The immortals followed Fang Yuan's lead, they teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioge came here, seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Chapter 1430. Genius 1 second remember love go divided by small? Talk, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Jioge wore a red and white robe, he was handsome and elegant, he looked at the Shadow Sect immortals with a warm smile, he looked even more elegant. Love go small talk, net he had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sect immortals felt immense pressure. Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd, muttering. He had an outstanding bearing, his white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint, they were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought, in this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Fang Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Jioge's vision. But at that time, Feng Jioge was a high and mighty rank 7 Gu immortal, he had been famous for a long time, he was a peak character. And Fang Yuan was just a mortal, he was like an ant, even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years Fang Yuan would not only become a Gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now, he was in the limelight, his name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court, his reputation was already on par with Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jioge had also saved Fang Yuan, all their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Jioge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Fang Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Jioge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Jioge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the countercurrent protection seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Fang Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan never gave Feng Jioge such a chance. Love go, small sake, net moreover, the Shadow Sect Immortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding, Feng Jioge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Fang Yuan was charging at him, Feng Jioge's smile widened. He said to himself, I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move Yang Past Tune. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Past Tune yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's whole body vanished on the spot. What? Almost at the next moment, Fang Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Fang Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Jioge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jioge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Feng Jioge tasted his own killer move for the first time. Looking at Fang Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse Flow Protection Seal made Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Jioge? Feng Jioge felt a headache when he saw Fang Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Fang Yuan, let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jioge did not want to waste time with Fang Yuan, he targeted the others. Chapter 1431. Feng Jioge had the support of the Celestial Court. He did not lack information. He had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Fang Yuan, there were also Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin. Bai Ning Bing was a beautiful dragon lady. Her attacks were the most ferocious. She was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura. Her attacks were covered in flames. She had incredible power. She had the great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Ing Wuxia was currently using Fairy Chuibo's body. He wore a green dress and had seductive eyes. His methods were concealed. This was a new face to Feng Jioge. He was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries were already healed. She moved quickly and cultivated dark path. Like an assassin, she moved around the periphery, her eyes fixed on Feng Jioge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, she had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes. She cultivated sound path like Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Fang Yuan's attacks. He was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Fang Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had weak offense but strong defense. If Feng Jioge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness. But who would Feng Jioge find? This question lingered in the minds of Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Fang Yuan. By the same logic, Fang Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Jioge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal Gu. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Jioge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Fang Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miao Yin. After all, both of them cultivate the sound Dao. With Feng Jioge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miao Yin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ning Bing? Bai Ning Bing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jioge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Ing Wuxia as well. She is using Fairy Chuibo's body. Feng Jioge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Fang Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Jioge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Jioge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Jioge leaped, activating Yang Pass Tune. He moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune did not dissipate, its aura changed. Chapter 1432. The Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path and other Dao marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 Song warriors fiercely. Around the green Jade Song warrior, countless Jade Stone dragons fell, but he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The Heaven and Earth Song warriors' attacks were grand, each of his actions carried great pressure, but the dragons were too many. He was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest. He actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect, but unfortunately he could not stop the tide of the battle. The Leaving Song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out, but ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere. He perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity. Quality was secondary. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it could not be used. As Fang Yuan's opponents got stronger, myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Fang Yuan escape. But after Fang Yuan combined his moves and used ancient sword dragon transformation as the foundation to activate myriad self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient sword dragon transformation used rank 7 dragon breath immortal Gu, dragon scales immortal Gu, and rank 6 dragon strength immortal Gu to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient sword dragon clones could not be matched by a simple myriad self-killer move. This was the strongest offensive method that Fang Yuan currently had. The myriad dragon devoured the 4 Song warriors, before surrounding Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He mobilized the dragon group to attack Feng Jioge from all directions. Facing this move, Feng Jioge had a flash of praise in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge drum sound shook heaven and earth. Like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Feng Jioge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang! Amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then their bodies shook violently and in a breath's time they turned into nothingness. Fist drum. Gripping the bell. Feng Jioge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the flood dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Jioge it was not enough. Feng Jioge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks. Even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Fang Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Jioge not using Yang Pass tune? In this situation the entire song is already dead. Feng Jioge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Fang Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or immortal concubine Qing Lan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the Dream Realm they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated. Why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Chui Bo is among them now. Oh, come out. The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan's expressions changed. Chapter 1433. Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air. It was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan were flying around the dream realm. Goo worms flew out of their hands arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border righteous path Goo immortals, they were also setting up an immortal Goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it, the dream realm had just appeared, the super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few Goo immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Goo immortal and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned dancer Hong Yuan and his rank 8 immortal Goo mutation. He could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend you. Do the last few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending while immortal concubine Qinglan continued to set up the immortal Goo formation. Among Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status. She was the strongest. Immortal concubine Qinglan was second only to her. Earlier, the two had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Chui Bo's location. They were extremely vigilant. Red Date Immortal Essence continued to be injected as Goo worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, immortal concubine Qinglan took out a crucial immortal Goo. This was a rank 7 immortal Goo. It looked like a beetle, people called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Goo Pass? Seeing this immortal Goo, Feng Jioge, who was hiding far away, had a thought. He had a heated gaze. He had searched for this Rule Path Immortal Goo for a long time but could not find it. If I had Pass Goo, the time limit of Immortal Killer Move Yang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an immortal Goo, a large number of mortal Goo can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this immortal Goo is actually in Thousand Transformations ancestors' hands. Feng Jioge sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song and can refine wild immortal Goo, in this situation the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's immortal Goo. In history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even Theft Path Goo immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Pass Goo was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal concubine Qinglan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, we have set up the immortal Goo formation. With this Goo formation we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The 2 female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioge did not show up. When Feng Jioge appeared, the 2 let out a sigh of relief but were also a little disappointed. Chapter 1435. Fang Yuan charged towards Feng Jioge. Of course, he was already wearing an immortal robe. The immortal robe was sparkling. There was also a long and curved ribbon that was wrapped around Fang Yuan's waist and arms. As Fang Yuan charged forward, the immortal robe and ribbon fluttered in the wind. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move again. Feng Jioge saw this and sighed internally. This move was a huge headache for him. He was helpless against it. Thus Feng Jioge chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance away from Fang Yuan. Controlling Reverse Flow Protection Seal requires too much concentration. Fang Yuan cannot split his attention to use it. Even if he has movement immortal methods, he cannot use them. In this way, when he activates the Reverse Current Protection Seal, other than defense, everything else is very ordinary. Feng Jioge thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The enemy advanced while he retreated. Fang Yuan could not catch up to Feng Jioge. He tried several times but to no avail. Feng Jioge's eyes flickered with a pondering light. He did not stop analyzing in his mind. Why is Fang Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Jioge, Fang Yuan did not have Bai Ningbing or He Lulan to help him. Thus, Feng Jioge could only face Fang Yuan. In the previous battle, his tactic of eliminating the other Gu immortals had failed. But this way Fang Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has outstanding defense, he will only be a target. Be it in terms of offense or movement, he cannot match me. He will lose the initiative in the battlefield. No, Fang Yuan would not be so unwise. He must be plotting something else. Feng Jioge was not careless. He became even more vigilant. When Fang Yuan chased after him, he retreated far away to create a safe distance. Feng Jioge, you chased me all the way here and now you're just running away? Fang Yuan sneered as he asked. Feng Jioge's smile widened. What's the point of arguing? Fang Yuan, you should catch up to me first. It's not easy for you to activate the reverse current protection seal. After a long time, not only will you be exhausted, but I'm afraid that even your immortal energy will be depleted, right? There must be a huge price to pay for such a powerful technique. Feng Jioge firmly held the initiative. Not only in terms of speed but he also suppressed Fang Yuan in terms of tactics. The battle this time was very different from the last. The last time they fought, it was an abyss of suffering. This time one of them chased and the other fled. Apart from exchanging a few words, there was no sound. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He had a way to deal with Feng Jioge's actions. His 500 years of experience in his previous life was not a joke. Ignoring everything else, just his combat experience alone was definitely rich. Thus, in the next moment, Fang Yuan dove down and landed on the ground. Feng Jioge did not chase. Instead, he cautiously floated in the air and sized up the desert. Previously, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain and was tricked by Fang Yuan using the anti-sound desert. Of course, Feng Jioge remembered that lesson. On the way here, he had done his homework and did not find anything special about this desert. Wuxia. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan directly drilled into the desert and headed deep underground. Feng Jioge continued to investigate and used immortal methods. After confirming that there were no tricks, he used fist drums and palm bells to smash the underground desert. Dong dong dong. Dang dang dang. At once, drum and bell sounds resonated, creating deep pits and holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand flew out and covered the surrounding several li in yellow-brown sand. But Fang Yuan did not care. He continued to go deeper underground. Feng Jioge frowned. The deeper he went, the more earth path Dao marks there were. For Feng Jioge, it was disadvantageous. At the same time, he had some suspicions. Fang Yuan is so confident this time. Could it be that he had made arrangements underground? Or did he know that there is a special environment here that he can use? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Jioge's mind as he flew down. He was like an arrow that shot into the desert, chasing after Fang Yuan. He had to chase. Because if Fang Yuan stayed underground and used the immortal formation to get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, Feng Jioge would chase after him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer moves on him and instead set up a Gu formation or battlefield killer move underground, if Feng Jioge hesitated and did not chase, it would give Fang Yuan a lot of time to prepare. If that was the case, Feng Jioge would be too foolish. Thus, Feng Jioge had to chase and exert pressure on Fang Yuan, forcing him to expose more trump cards and break his battle rhythm. Fist drum, palm bell. Even deep underground, Feng Jioge's sound path killer moves were still extremely powerful. Explosions continued to occur around Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a grim expression. This time, without the terrain advantage of anti-sound desert, Fang Yuan could feel Feng Jioge's ferocious attacks. Even though he was underground and had abundant earth path Dao marks, Feng Jioge's killer moves were still very oppressive. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Even though sound path was a small path, it had its own advantages. This advantage was that sound path was good at spreading. It had little effect on Dao mark conflicts. For example, ordinary paths like Earth Path killer moves would have their power reduced by 50 to 60% in an environment with abundant Water Path Dao marks. And Sound Path killer moves of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. If not for Reverse Flow Protection Seal, I would not have lasted until now after so many hits. How did Feng Jioge cultivate? At rank 7 he has Dao mark accumulation on par with rank 8? Let's not think about this, let's counterattack. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Fang Yuan's body. But in the dense underground, the light could not spread out. The moment Fang Yuan transformed, Feng Jioge's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Then, in almost a breath of time, the sand in front of Feng Jioge exploded, revealing a huge dragon head. Feng Jioge's small body was like a mouse in front of an elephant compared to this dragon head. Ancient Sword Dragon. Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Fang Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so ferocious. The flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling, surging silver radiance gushed out from within. Sword Dragon Breath. Chapter 1436. Roar Roar Roar. Fang Yuan opened his dragon mouth and spat out sword-like dragon breaths. The dragon breaths were like bolts of silver lightning that shot towards Feng Jioge at lightning speed. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge. And when he used Yang Pass Tune, it usually meant that the next move, Song Warrior, would appear. Both sides fought from deep underground until they reached the sky. They fought back and forth, dragon roars resounded, drums and bells echoed. Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jioge summoned a clone as he chased after Yang Kai. The Green Jade clone charged towards the ancient sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pass Tune to have the advantage in terms of movement. Adding on his rich battle experience, he was calm and rational. He had never made a mistake in activating the killer move. Fang Yuan snorted in his mind. He ignored everything else and continued to charge towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Fang Yuan's match. Just reverse flow protection seal alone could not be broken. If this defense could not be broken, there was no hope of defeating Fang Yuan. Thus, Feng Jioge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior to keep Fang Yuan busy. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly. It circled around Fang Yuan and interfered with his movements. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan could not take it anymore. He turned his spear around and started to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's change was too sudden, but Feng Jioge reacted quickly. Fang Yuan charged towards the Green Jade Song Warrior. The ancient sword dragon's huge body was like a fly to the Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared and the wind howled. The sharp and ferocious dragon claws struck out, ruthlessly striking the Green Jade Songster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Green Jade Song Warrior's body. It let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying by Fang Yuan like a cannonball. However, the Green Jade Song Warrior was not broken to the point of collapse. Its body still existed and it still had the strength to fight. Sly. Fang Yuan snorted in his mind. In the earlier attack, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack, it only took a beating. This way, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not counter the enemy's attack. The ancient sword dragon's claw attack could not destroy the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Jioge's Dao marks were comparable to rank 8. The Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was the best among the Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Fang Yuan attacked Feng Jioge again. But at this time, Feng Jioge had already created a second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pass Tune to dodge while activating 4 Song Warriors to keep Fang Yuan busy. Fang Yuan was fighting 5 people by himself, but he was still energetic and full of battle intent. He chased Feng Jioge everywhere. What's going on? Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already his limit. But now he is maintaining reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation at the same time. After fighting for so long, he is still so relaxed. Feng Jioge's gaze was deep. He purposely created a Song Warrior to create a complicated and ever-changing battle environment, to stimulate Fang Yuan to think continuously, to expend the thoughts in his mind to deal with these complicated and ever-changing battle situations. If Fang Yuan were to forcefully activate 2 killer moves at the same time, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind. He would not be able to display such a strong performance at this moment. This means that he has made a breakthrough in terms of maintaining killer moves? Feng Jioge guessed. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's body shook. This weakness that had once restricted Fang Yuan was no longer a weakness, it had become a huge advantage for Fang Yuan. The first myriad dragon still had a large portion left. The second myriad dragon was activated again, forming a silver sea of dragons that filled the sky. 3 breaths future vision allowed Fang Yuan to acutely sense that sword marks targeting death, with the amplification of tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks, posed a huge threat to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth, he charged towards the dragons instead of retreating. Bam bam bam, a series of thunderous explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Feng Jioge charged left and right amidst the myriad dragons' encirclement, he rampaged freely. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This is not an accidental eruption, Fang Yuan really did it, he still has some strength left. I cannot stay here for long, retreat. Taking advantage of the time limit of Yang Pass Tune, Feng Jioge retreated from the battlefield. He was actually forced to retreat by Fang Yuan alone. Carrot. Chapter 1437. Orange-yellow light shone on Feng Jioge's body and dissipated. This meant that Feng Jioge's immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune had reached its time limit. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait 14 hours. But this was not the main point. Feng Jioge had already left the battlefield, it did not matter whether Yang Pass Tune reached its time limit or not. This central continent's rare talent slowly landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. Feng Jioge's elegant face was still frowning. After a long time he let out a sigh. Truly an outstanding talent. These words were not meant for himself but for Fang Yuan. Once upon a time, Fang Yuan was merely an ant at Feng Jioge's feet. Not long ago, even if Fang Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not defeat Feng Jioge alone, he had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Jioge was defeated, it was his turn to flee the battlefield. Such a change was simply too sudden. Even now, Feng Jioge still found it hard to believe. Fang Yuan had a deep foundation to begin with. After rebirth, he had Spring Autumn Cicada and Giant Sun's true inheritance, and now that he is the leader of Shadow Sect, he even has Spectral Soul's accumulation. He is like a volcano, he is silent on the surface, but as long as he is given a bit of time or opportunity, this volcano will erupt with lava. His eruption this time was not a coincidence, it was inevitable. Such a person should be killed with all our strength to prevent future troubles. But the Celestial Court wants to hang around and slowly plot to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. This is not wise. For the first time, Feng Jioge had doubts about the Celestial Court's plan to hunt him down, he even denied it. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was also in deep thought. She had witnessed the entire battle through Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, not only did it catch Feng Jioge off guard, it also made her, a great wisdom path great expert, feel astonished. Similar emotions as Feng Jioge were also brewing in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fang Yuan's foundation was too deep, and he had connections with 3 venerable ones. With the advantage of rebirth, in just a few years he went from immortal to a Gu immortal. Not only that, after the battle earlier, Fang Yuan had completely stood on equal footing with Feng Jioge, becoming an existence that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If it was just that he had too many fortuitous encounters like Ma Hongyun, it would be fine. This was not worth Fairy Myrtle being afraid of. What was scary was Fang Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious demonic path scoundrel had almost no weaknesses in human nature. He worked hard to the extreme and never compromised or became discouraged. He could endure hardships and could endure patiently. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about sacrifices or methods. It was hard to imagine what kind of experiences could create such a nature in him. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, most of the time, he has been in Providence's control. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, he broke free from Providence's shackles, but his identity was exposed in the dream realm. His cultivation path has been filled with countless obstacles and setbacks. If he is given some time to focus on cultivation, his growth and strength will be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel a trace of wariness towards Fang Yuan from the depths of her heart. Fang Yuan's existence made Fairy Myrtle feel threatened. She really wanted to get rid of him. The earlier she got rid of him, the better, and the faster she got rid of him, the better. As she thought of this, the killing intent in Fairy Myrtle's heart intensified. Zwei, don't be nervous. At this moment, a deep voice entered Fairy Myrtle's ears. This voice left a deep impression on Fairy Myrtle. But what attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the flowing tributary of the River of Time at the center of the cave. This tributary of the River of Time was not as big as the previous one, but it was stable. The immortal goo formation that Fang Yuan was about to set up would allow Fang Yuan to enter the River of Time through this tributary of the River of Time. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow Sect had in Western Desert. Fang Yuan slowly set up the immortal goo formation. His formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. During this period of time when he was chased by the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had come into contact with formation path the most. Be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing Immortal Goo formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation, they were all immortal goo formations. These experiences greatly enriched his ability to set up formations. Thus, he was very confident in setting up this immortal goo formation now. As expected, this immortal goo formation was successfully set up by Fang Yuan in a few minutes. Bai Ning Bing and the rest who were patrolling the surroundings were called back by Fang Yuan. After placing them into his sovereign immortal aperture again, Fang Yuan ordered Ying Wuxia, "You can start now." Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Ying Wuxia activated this immortal killer move again. Because of Connect Luck, Fang Yuan and the rest had a huge increase in their luck for the next period of time. Fang Yuan also wanted to use it again. However, Burning Soul Bursting Luck expended his soul foundation. Fang Yuan had used it once before, he could no longer use it now. Ying Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, he had a deep foundation and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck several times. But Fang Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too much. Because Lead Soul into Dream also required Ying Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation. If his soul foundation was not strong enough, it would be easy for the killer move to backlash. By then, if Ying Wuxia tried to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 existence, there would be a backlash and he would be dragged into the dream realm, unable to get out. Strength always came with a price. In this world one had to pay to get something. The immortal goo formation rumbled. Under its influence, the tributary of the River of Time that was flowing suddenly surged with waves. The waves were getting fiercer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture already had a huge amount of myriad self. Together with the Burning Soul Bursting Luck and the Immemorial Year Monkey, it could be said that Fang Yuan had done his best to prepare. Of course, he knew that going to the River of Time was a risk. But he had to go. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Year Beast Transformation. At the next moment he turned into an ancient desolate beast. The immortal formation burst out with intense light and charged into the tributary of the River of Time, tearing a huge hole. Fang Yuan threw himself into the gap. Wah wah wah. The tide surged, setting off thousands of waves. The opening behind him only lasted for a few breaths before it disappeared. Fang Yuan's gaze was completely attracted by the scene before him. River of Time. Fang Yuan and the rest actually went here? Are they tired of living? Lord Huang sure gritted his teeth, entering the river as well. Since Fang Yuan and the rest could enter, as a great rank 8 great expert he could not retreat. Fairy Myrtle continued to guide him. Lord Huang sure got closer to his target. The Immemorial Year Monkey fought in the waves, it was covered in injuries, blood was flowing everywhere, dyeing the surroundings red. On the Immemorial Year Monkey by Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest were guarding it. I finally found you. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light, he pounced without thinking. Chapter 1443. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were trapped in the Sword and Blade River Zone, they could not escape. Lord Huangshi saw this chance, how could he let it go? He had been chasing them all this way, he had accumulated a lot of anger. Now that he saw his prey, he immediately pounced. Swish swish swish. Huge waves appeared in the river of time. Countless sword chi and blade lights shot out from the waves, shooting towards the shadow sect immortals. Lord Huangshi was no exception. He was taken care of by the sword chi and blade lights, but with his defensive methods, he had a much easier time than the shadow sect immortals. Immortal killer move, Sun Moon Divine Shuttle. Lord Huangshi looked down from above, he pushed with both palms, countless sharp shuttles rained down on the shadow sect immortals. Enemy? Bai Ningbing warned. Killer move Sun Moon Divine Shuttle had shocking offensive power, the fire dragon was ferocious. Bai Ningbing and the rest defended with all their might, they could not even raise their heads. Brr. This angered the immemorial year monkey, it roared and exerted strength in its limbs, its entire body left the river and flew into the sky. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle landed on its body, creating small bloody holes, but to the huge immemorial year monkey, it was only a light injury. The huge monkey claw created intense winds as it grabbed at Lord Huangshi. Feeling this terrifying power, Huangshi's eyelids twitched and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This immemorial year monkey is the real deal, it is not that Fang Yuan? They actually have rank 8 battle strength like the immemorial year monkey? Lord Huangshi was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he was not skilled in advancing. Even if he was a rank 8 of celestial court, he would have to dodge the immemorial year monkey's attack. He was very fast, he dodged far away in an instant. Here the time path Dao marks were very dense, it was suitable for him to fight. The immemorial year monkey missed its target and fell back into the river. However, it immediately roared and leaped into the air to kill Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light. He saw the injuries on the immemorial year monkey and understood that it was not in its complete state. Thinking about it, the immemorial year monkey must have contributed a lot for Fang Yuan and the others to be able to reach this place. Its combat strength should have been reduced by 30 to 40%. If that's the case, Master Huangshi's fighting spirit became even more resolute. He breathed in deeply and activated another immortal killer move. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown stone appeared above his head. The stone moved slowly, causing the time around Lord Huangshi to slow down. Then smoke and dust suddenly flowed out from the stone. The dust flew down and attached to the immemorial year monkey's body like a flowing light. The immemorial year monkey was affected by the yellow-brown smoke, and the flow of time on its body decreased rapidly. Its speed became slower and slower, and the time it took to soar in the air was also greatly extended. When Master Huangshi saw this, he let out a breath of turbid air and revealed a happy expression. He was very confident in his family's method. As more and more dust gathered, the immemorial year beast's time passed slower. If this continued, the situation would soon be completely controlled by Lord Huangshi. But at this moment, rumble. An extremely majestic wave rushed into the sky and headed straight for Master Huangshi. In the pale white waves of the river of time, an intense blade light shot out, it was extremely dazzling. The blade light landed on Lord Huangshi, his body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Huangshi was injured, the entire dust cloud shook, the immemorial year monkey inside the dust cloud struggled. Tang clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path shadow sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, factions did not mean anything, benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang clan was weak, they faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang clan's Gu immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships and endure patiently. Tang clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang clan was at the forefront because they opened dream realms. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Yuan thus contacted Tang clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang clan in the future to research dream realms and greatly support Guts Gu. Such enormous benefits made Tang clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Gu's support, Fang Yuan's unravel dream killer move, and Wuxia's lead soul into dream were all things that Tang clan's Gu immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang clan to obtain the latter too. Don't doubt yourself. Duke Long smiled. You are the future great dream immortal venerable. When you were young, a dream path immortal Gu came to you. That was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, who immortal blessed land, or the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable because this is all predestined. Duke Long said this with a solemn expression. His gaze was firm as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Fang Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue. He had suffered great injuries. The Gu refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded. Fang Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Gu man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated the Immortal Gu, and at the next moment he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the Gu refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire goo refinement process, accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before immortal goo did not have much effect. Speaking of which, my healing methods mainly rely on man as before immortal goo. This rank 6 immortal goo is very useful. Among the inheritances of Shadow Sect, there are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered, when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. Since there is man as before immortal goo, why is there no goo as before immortal goo? A goo worm that healed goo worms. This could be used. If there is an immortal goo like goo as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine goo? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Fang Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many goo immortals who thought of this. Most were refinement path goo immortals, but there were also time path goo immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding goo as before immortal goo. They were all incomplete immortal goo recipes, none of them had been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most goo immortals, man as before immortal goo's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 goo immortals, the activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before immortal goo was not very effective for most rank 7 goo immortals. Unless the target was a time path goo immortal with time path down marks, not only would it not restrict man as before immortal goo, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before immortal goo was already like this, goo as before was even more difficult. Using goo as before to restore mortal goo had little meaning to goo immortals. Because at goo immortals level they did not lack mortal goo. Mortal goo were only a matter of quantity to goo immortals. Of course lifespan goo was an exception. But using goo as before to restore an immortal goo was much more difficult than restoring a goo immortal. Because every immortal goo was a great Tao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between immortal goo of different paths was very serious. Immortal goo could cooperate with each other, but when used on immortal goo, it was a different concept. Unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 goo as before immortal goo to restore a rank 6 goo worm was still possible. Chapter 1453. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. This is the Snow Lotus Essence? Fang Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and clicked his tongue in admiration, his gaze revealing an admiring emotion. The Snow Lotus Essence was very exquisite. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It had pink petals and bright red stamens. The entire surface of the flower was covered in a layer of ice that was as thick as a fingernail. This layer of ice was very pure, it was transparent and flawless, it emitted waves of coldness. This coldness was not the bone-chilling coldness of icy winds, it was the coldness of spring. Even though it was cold, it was filled with vitality. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was very rare, even in jewel-yellow skies, it was a scarce commodity. It was because this kind of immortal material was only produced in large-scale snowman tribes. But in the current 5 regions, humans were the dominant race. Their position was unshakable. All variant human races were forced to the corners of the world, struggling at death's door. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material because of the variant human alliance's good fortune. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to obtain Snow Lotus Essence, he even obtained a lot of it. I did not expect the Snowman tribe to have so many Snow Lotus Essence hoarded. I am very surprised by the number. Sixth Hare stood at the side inside. Snow lotus essence is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. If it is sold, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this world uses fists to reason. The snowman tribe is afraid of exposing themselves, so every once in a while, they will carefully sell some immortal materials like snow lotus essence. Fang Yuan said with a penetrating gaze. That is indeed the case. Sixth Hair nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources. They are not commonly seen in the human goo immortal world. But we cannot casually take them out. We are afraid of exposing ourselves and exposing clues, attracting the attacks of human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He saw some business opportunities. Maybe in the future he could be a middleman. After all, he was also a human. He really needed these benefits. After all, he had been refining goo frequently recently. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Even though most of the contents were replaced by inheritances in the future, be it him or the other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they still needed to cultivate and develop their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair and shook his head slightly. Of course, he knew that Sixth Hair's words were full of deep meaning. Since he had brought up this matter, not only was he reminding Fang Yuan, but he was also using an implicit method to volunteer himself. If Fang Yuan wanted to plot in this area in the future, then he would mediate and help Fang Yuan fight for the rights and interests in this area. But at this moment this was not the main point. Right now, I want to refine cleanse soul immortal goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained the snow lotus essence, let's start modifying the immortal goo recipe. You and I will modify it separately first, then we will gather and learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, finally obtaining the best goo recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act and deceive the land spirit of Langya. Then how much sect contribution points can you give me? After some haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price. Fang Yuan also left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally tested the snow lotus essence. It was like what Sixth Hair had recommended. It was indeed an excellent immortal material. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul struggled and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance now, even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kun Xing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.